fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Physically strongest?
Who's the strongest on my team?
I'd say strongest on the team physically, definitely Rossi.
Physically, it might be Artzine right now.
I actually don't know. Because one, Vic used to lift a lot, but he doesn't lift anymore, but he's still strong. But Jordan also used to lift a lot, but he doesn't lift anymore. I'll just say Jordan. I think Jordan is still the strongest right now. Just because he has bulked up a little bit, some would say.
Eu acho que o jogador mais forte do meu time é o Hit. Ele tava fazendo mais academia antes de entrar no time.
Well, I think for physically, the strongest on my team is definitely Nismo. I think he has a lot of fighting skills as well. When growing up, he took some classes for that.
Mas the strongest player in my team, of course, is Taco. Because Taco go to the gym like 5 times a week. I go like 3 or 4, but Taco, I think since 2022, I guess 4 years ago, and consistent going to the gym, so he's pretty strong.
I don't think people are very intimidated by our stature at all. But if I had to pick one from the players, I'd pick Spike, and if I had to pick one overall, I'd pick Owner for strength.
O cara mais forte do meu time, mentalmente e fisicamente, eu acho que é o Mazin.
Okay, Aspas is like the biggest guy, but I'm also like the only guy on the team who goes to the gym. So it's like one of those, but probably Aspas.
I think physically strongest, probably Aspas. He just loves, I don't know, he loves being the big guy, I swear. He's always walking around like he's a buff, brolic dude.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT Americas. Let's go! One more is all it takes.
8 squads are fighting for a shot at the Americas Trophy, a trip to Sao Paulo and the VCT Champions Shanghai. And it all starts here. Hello and welcome to day 1 of the Stage 2 playoffs, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. Zowie here on the desk with Bren and our very special guest. It is Envy's very own Glyph. Welcome to the show, Glyph. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic today. How about you, So, and how are you, Brent?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, honestly, we've got some banger matches coming up.
It's the first first guest.
He's
in
passing
Tesla.
along.
Yeah, right.
He's
How nice is
passing
that?
along.
You're my
Bro's a
favorite
pro.
guest.
He's an actual pro. He's coming for my job.
He is. It's not the only one, man. Got to step it up.
Wait, what does she mean by that?
I don't know where I'm
what
taking
does she
this.
mean by that?
Well, don't panic just yet.
panicking.
Okay, that's
A little
okay.
bit.
Well, our teams have to panic as well because lots is on the line. We've got some banger matches. That's why I'm extra happy that you're here. We get to pick the brains of an actual pro for Loud versus Fury, and then afterwards, Leviatán will be taking on MIBR. Which of the two are you more excited for?
I'm definitely excited for 11 MIBR.
Okay. What about you, Brian?
I mean, probably the same. Let's be real here. Let's be real. It's LEV MIBR. I mean, that should be a banger match.
Yeah, it should be. They both should be going the distance. I'm manifesting close matches. But first, let's take a close look at the bracket and what's at stake and send it over to Uber and Wyatt.
We are 8 days away from a VCT Americas milestone, our first roadshow. The Path to Champions is going to lead 4 teams from Americas to Sao Paulo, Brazil, but right now, we still have 8 teams in this bracket who need to win on this stage in order to punch their tickets to the event. And I'm here with Dr. VALORANT Wyatt River to plot a course through this bracket. Let's do it. Let's start with this first game here.
Plotting.
Loud versus Furia. Now, I won't lie. Basic might be the truth, but where are you standing on this one?
That's got to still go to Loud. I hate to say it. Furia have been impressive, but Loud have been a couple weeks in the lab. They should be able to cook up right now. They got it. They got it. The next game, do we really have to spend that much time on LEV MIBR? Now, all due respect to MIBR, they've been looking good, but they're going up against Leviatán.
Abyss is back in the pool. Aspas Jet.
They're going up against Leviatán. Can we please? Thank you, production.
I tried.
Thank you. And now if we keep it moving, I feel like these are straightforward, man. G2 against Furia. This is a revenge match.
They just beat G2.
Yeah, exactly. So G2 are going to run it back. They're in better form now. They've already lost. The team that loses always wins the next one.
Okay.
That's got to be G2.
Building confidence. Let's advance them here in this lower bracket. EG versus MIBR, who I'm sure are going to have a fire in their belly after dropping down to this lower bracket.
That should be a sick game. Excited for Dijazine versus Aspas. Dijazine is in insane form right now. Great head-to-head, especially with the context of them trying to both get to Sao Paulo. But that being said, I think MIBR as a team have really leveled up in this stage, and they've got to be able to take that. EG have some good stuff going for them, but I think MIBR are just a tier above, no?
Yep, fair enough. MIBR advancing here. Let's go over to NRG versus Loud. This would be an insane challenge for this team, who I feel like that honeymoon period might be starting to expire, and NRG is still doing things their own way.
Yeah, I think NRG are going to take this one, man. The fact that they got a win over LEV earlier in this stage, being kind of forced to run a double duelist that they're not even comfortable with, and they beat LEV, that makes me feel like NRG are capable of anything in any meta. Their players and their teamwork are just so high level, so I got to go with NRG.
All right, we got to schmooth. 100 Thieves versus Leviatán. This is an insane matchup.
Meta versus meta, double duelist versus double duelist. LEV pioneered that. Got to take LEV.
Okay, let's put Leviatán through here. Lower bracket here. Loud versus MIBR. Just how far?
Loud upset. The Loud upset. The Loud are going to go back to Sao Paulo and redeem themselves from lock-in, and G2 will be there as well.
Okay, that's fine. So we've got MIBR losing out there to Loud. G200 Thieves. You think it's G2 advancing into this last game?
Yep, historically G2 almost always beat them.
Lock it in. That means Sao Paulo will be seeing NRG, Leviatán, G2, and Loud. How do your brackets look right now? Let us know, of course, in the chat, and we'll see you in Sao Paulo.
Right on. Our 8 playoff teams have a new hurdle in front of them as well here in the playoffs. And that is, of course, the change to the map pool. Abyss is in and Breeze is out. Who are the teams winning from that change and who might be the losers? Let's discuss that. But first, how would you grade their bracket? What's that for you?
I'd say it's pretty close to mine. The only one I'd say is kind of hard is maybe the G2 always winning against them. Don't know if that'll repeat this time, but besides that, the 100 Thieves and LEV game will be very competitive, so I can't quite agree with that one, but besides that, I definitely take the same picks.
I hope it's going to be competitive. That's all I want to see here. I don't care about who's winning, but let's discuss who's the winner of this map pool change. I want to start, maybe starting with Loud here, straight off the bat.
Okay, I've been moving stuff. I don't know. I just picked them, to be honest. I just picked them. We can start. I mean, we got the teams today. We'll do a Furia first, to be honest, because Furia is a team that they were good in kickoff on Abyss, I believe. I mean, it was one of their primary picks in terms of what they were playing a lot, but then that was a different Furia, right, with EU in as well. I don't know where to place this team because they also have been finding success since they put Basic on Phoenix on the Breeze as well. It used to be this kind of like, it was a poor map for them, but honestly, every map was a poor map for them. They went 0-5.
Lose everything.
So,
exactly.
like, genuinely, I mean, this might be the most boring segment of all time where I just keep them in the middle here. I don't know if you disagree with that, but should be a pro that Abyss is back in, but they're also losing out on their Breeze. Maybe I'll put them like a little bit into winners. Would you agree with that?
That's fair.
A little
That's
bit.
pretty fair.
A little
okay,
bit?
got Lev next then.
Okay, Lev next.
Breeze is out. That's their perma map ban.
Yeah, perma ban is gone, but Abyss is an unknown quantity, but they're still your team. I mean, I don't know. Cliff, you were bringing up a great point about the double duelist, their archetype. You can't really play that on Abyss.
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, obviously Lev, their perm ban was Breeze, so they're very fortunate that that's going out of the map pool, but for them as well, Abyss for King as an IGL has been really strong for him. The problem is that the identity that they showed themselves being just really strong in was Phoenix and Neon, and that's really hard to replicate on Abyss specifically. So for me, it's just going to be a battle.
Middle ground?
Yeah, kind of a middle ground.
Okay.
They lose and they win in some ways, but I think more towards winning, just like Furia.
All right, rapid fire now. MIBR, they've been good on Breeze. That's gone.
Lost.
Abyss.
Jet.
People keep thinking about Aspas on Jet, right? People keep saying this. Even Mitch was saying it in the bracketology, but they had like a 25% win rate on Abyss in kickoff. It wasn't a great map for them. They couldn't really get anything going. They might be one of the losers.
It's definitely a loss for me. I think they need to figure out their Abyss for sure. I think that they were struggling with a lot of identity and compositional issues in kickoff. I mean, I'm pretty sure that map they saw Zekon on Omen, if I'm not mistaken, during kickoff. So if they can figure that out, maybe it'll be more leaning towards the winner side, but for now, definitely a loser for me.
Okay, and then Loud is our final team. Their Breeze was pretty good. They found it. But then also Abyss, they were dire at, but they've changed their comp a lot. I don't know where to put this team. I would lean over towards losers, I think.
I could agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, so we have two kind of winners and two kind of losers, but really proof is in the pudding. We don't know what to expect from some of those teams because some of them haven't been playing for a while. Now let's talk about Furia, a team we got to see a lot of in the play-ins, and this is a team that really struggled in stage 2, but they came alive when it mattered the most. So how do we rank this team? How far can they take it with the changes that they made and the adaptations to the meta?
I think they've been grinding hard. I think they finally found their footing. This is the story for basically almost every team throughout play-ins was trying to find the identity and what works for them, whether it's going to the Neon Phoenix or going to even, comfort roles, whereas Loud's gone for like this double Senti look as well. A lot of teams have had different reads in terms of the meta, but Furia finally found theirs just at the right time, and critically, they've gone through into the upper brackets of playoffs as well. They didn't end up losing, they didn't go into the lower brackets of play-ins, which means that they can afford to have one more loss to their name. They've got a bit of extra time to work with, so there's always a world genuinely that they can reach the same heights that they were able to get in kickoff, going to Santiago, maybe even attending an event again.
I mean, I think their team has definitely found a new form, a new comfort, and just following the meta. I think that for them, they look really strong. I mean, we started to talk about Basic and Koala making the difference makers and just playing Phoenix and going more into like a dive duelist like Neon on Koala Noob. So for me, they've been looking really good. They're in a really good form, and Arts has been calling really well being back on IGL. For me, it's definitely an upside for them and a turnaround for their team that makes them look real good.
Yeah, I mean, they talked about how much work they put in, how much grinding they've been doing in order to actually adjust to this meta, and it really is working out. Of course, Koala Noob on that Neon is making waves, but also Basic has just been insane.
That's
like,
what
it's actually, he is the success. Like, he is the key to victory for this team.
They finally moved this guy off of Breach, off of KO, off of whatever the hell they were running with a double initiator. They're starting to just run a double duelist, and it works obviously because we can see that going from 0-5 to 3-0 in play-ins, making it through. Basic is the truth. When they were banking on this guy being able to get his visa in 2025, I was like, oh my God. I was waiting for news every single week of whether or not he would get to play. And who would have thought 2026 apparently is his year to shine now, finally. And he is the truth. He is the real deal. The hype behind this guy is real. He has defined and added so much to this Furious squad when they were honestly missing, I think, a little bit of the firepower as well when they made some of their roster changes, getting rid of EU. He was a potent heavy hitter when you leave him into that last alive sort of category on the server, but Basic adds in and more.
I mean, you see it in the statistics right there. I mean, he's just been looking incredible since the Phoenix change. So for me, it's the best change that they could have made, to be honest, to allow their individuals to really shine. And Basic is definitely one of their better players. So this change is definitely one for Furia to really become a better team, more upper echelon team than they showed in just the regular stage.
Cliff, do you feel like they had enough time to really figure out how to play this composition, or do you feel like they're still maybe a step or two behind the competition?
I think that there's definitely a lot that they had to work on, but the plans were very fortunate for them to be able to have these match experiences, these match reps that they needed for this composition. So I think they're catching up, and they're catching up very fast. Yeah,
better get those reps in. Of course, that also means there's more tape on them as well. Now, for more on Furia's roller coaster stage, let's send it over to Dryad and hear from their IGL, Artson.
Furia has had many ups and downs this year, but right now in playoffs. And for you, Artson, looking at everything in that journey that you have so far, what have you found is that key so the team is consistent and get those wins?
I think the key was confidence for sure. I think that's the thing that we were like not having too much on stage 2. And that's pretty much the thing that I take care of my teams, all of my teams. I just want my players confident and happy. And that's what I pretty much focused on. And I'm really proud that we're showing results now.
Does anything change knowing that you're facing a Loud that you haven't faced this whole year?
Not really. I think they're a really good team, obviously, but we're just focusing on ourselves right now, and the best team will win today.
Very excited who that's going to be. Thank you so much.
Now, of course, Loud, they've not been playing in the play-in, so they got to sit back, relax, practice, and get a good look at the opposition here. How much of a leg up is that going to give them?
I think that gives them a lot of time to prepare, and I think that's going to be really strong in their matchup. I think that we saw during this stage they're playing a lot of Sage Chamber, which is just a really hard matchup in a double duel, especially if they were to slow down the pace of the game. So I think that with extra preparation, they're going to look really good today.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, it's really the story of all these teams, as I was saying, but Loud have just decided to go in the opposite direction, where they're not going to try and force a double duelist like some teams have, and just really lean into Luke Shaw on the Chamber, on Erde trying to play the Sage from time to time as well, and slowing down the pace, like you said, Cliff, as well. Like it's viable, genuinely, if you can try and get it done, but this is going to be a true test, really, I think, as well for Loud, even though not saying they haven't been tested before this point, they finished top 2 in their group. It's pretty impressive. But going up against a Furia that are just going from strength to strength to strength, and now there's a lot to be said about a team coming in with a lot of momentum as well, from playing recent matches versus a team that has just kind of been waiting to play. And I know historically I've spoken to teams that have been in that situation where they get a bye and a skip into playoffs. It doesn't work out as well as they thought. But the team that typically got the reps in ahead of time and that momentum and the confidence, like Art was saying as well in that interview, is some teams and some players, they find that that's more helpful, more important.
Yeah, now you already touched on the players that we want to highlight for this one. It's of course Erde and Loksho, and Dryad actually had a little bit of time earlier today to sit down with their young IGL Erde for a chat about the season and what's coming ahead.
I'm here with Erde, the IGL for Loud, and one of the youngest IGLs that we have. Erde, thank you so much for joining me. I want to talk a little bit about everything that has been this year and also what is next for this playoffs. And my first question is something that really caught my attention on the first day when I asked you what we should be expecting for Loud, and you said we should be expecting that you guys are going to win it all. Are you still holding to that mentality?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think we even better than when I said that. So I think we can win everything and more. So I think, yeah, I'm still confident on my team. A lot confident on myself too. Like so much better than that time, my team too. So I think, yeah, I'm holding and even better.
Yeah, I really love that confidence because that's not something that we hear very often, and especially for a team that is a lot of rookies, that is not, again, something that we get the chance to hear. So how has the impact of your performance coach helped you make sure that, you know, you have that mentality, you know that you can win and you don't feel that pressure of those guys that maybe have more experience?
Yeah, I think my performance coach is great. He's a great guy. He literally is my best psychologist and my best performance coach that I ever had before. So I think, yeah, he helped us a lot, solving problem teams, solving personal issues. So I think, yeah, he's being like a gold psychologist. I don't know how to say it, but he's like a great guy, really great guy. He has helped us a lot.
Yeah, I always see you guys talk about him. I see Romanili as well talking about him, praising him a lot. And I think it's just something that you guys need, and it's just proving to give those results. Do you feel any pressure for what this playoffs is? You know, I know you're talking about the confidence that you have maybe in the server and scrims, but when it comes down to these official matches, what are the expectations that the team is feeling?
I mean, expectations, we want to qualify to champions. That's like our first expectation. And then about the pressure, I think it's like more about individually. So I cannot talk about my team, you know, but I can talk about myself. I think I feel pressure a lot, but I think I always handle it really good, so really well. So I think it's like one more day in the job, you know? It's not like that deep, the pressure that I feel. Going
in that conversation with the rookies and the experience, I think Lev recently proved that experience doesn't matter. Yeah. And you recently got the chance to see Blows and Neon, your ex-teammates for Lev Academy, lift that trophy. Did that make it feel like that dream for you is still very close?
I mean, I was kind of like jealous, to be honest. Happy for them too. They are my friends, but always jealous because I want it for me too. But I think I'm even more capable than them. I think I can achieve greater things than them. It's not like I'm talking bad about them, but I think I'm really capable of great things. So yeah, I think I'm kind of jealous, but that energy I put it into like my goals I want to accomplish.
Yeah, seeing that is just firing you up to also do that and do even more.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see you guys in playoffs and best of luck.
Thank you.
Great to hear the insights there. Now with Erde, of course, making the calls on Luxo, shooting everything that moves. I feel like this team has so much potential to take it all the way.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to have the confidence as well. It's good to hear as well about them talking about the team psychologist as well, that performance coach, because I think it's one of the most underrated aspects in terms of team play in esports that I hear. Most teams implode and have issues, and it's because they don't know how to communicate with each other, genuinely. And so the fact that they're already feeling pretty good about it, they feel like they have the confidence to take it all the way, and they found roles that inherently work for them as well. There's no reason why they can't go the distance now. Yeah. There's no reason at all. They're in their prime position to do so. They're not starting from the lower bracket of the playoffs. It is only up from here. It's up to themselves.
I mean, you talk about the momentum of Furia, and I think that the confidence is key for this Loud team. I mean, you see it in how Erde talks and just how they've been performing in the regular stage, and I think even just looking at their statistics, I mean, they're playing very confidently just on that alone. I mean, they're looking incredible. So for their team individually, I think they're all in good form. Their team trusts each other, clearly, and I think that they're going to be a strong matchup even if they have the momentum on their side, as long as they keep and believe in themselves.
How do you feel about the compositional mismatch then? Do you feel like there is maybe a little pressure on Loud to also pick up the LEV way of things and run with the double duelist, or do you think they can take it all the way with that Sage and Chamber look that we've seen from them?
Yeah, I mean, they were looking real good on the Sage Chamber on some maps, but on other maps they're definitely a little weaker on. So I think on those we may see a couple changes towards their composition with the time that they've had to prepare. But overall, I think that they'll stick to kind of their tried and true Chamber and Luxo and their identity of supporting them and playing around them. And I think that's going to be a big factor in their success.
Well, let's hear what Luxo actually has to say as he had a chat with Riot a little earlier today.
Our 3 Brazilian teams are in playoffs, and that means everybody's so excited for those finals in Sao Paulo. Luxo, for you, what are you making sure that the team is doing and you're doing to make sure that dream of playing in front of your home crowd becomes a reality?
Like, we have been working everything that you guys can think, like our comms, our map pools, so that's it. We are trying to work in everything that it's possible.
All right, thank you so much.
Not very specific, but listen.
Sometimes it's simple as that.
We're working on everything. We've got to work on absolutely everything. I mean, it's true though as well. I mean, it's a point to be made. You were just talking about the compositions they have to play, whether they're going to be leaning all the way in. They have been having to play double duelist on some maps. Haven is a notable exception actually to the teams that don't want to play the double duelist in terms of them figuring out what they want to play. Like Fury for the longest time were playing double initiator. I mean, Loud recently, their last game, I'm pretty sure they played Haven and they had to put Erde on Phoenix. So they were, like, not to say that Erde can't play, but they were having to play the double duelist. They might have to get uncomfortable. They might have to.
But sometimes that's what it takes. Now, here's the thing, though. Looking at the predictions for this one, was that hard for you to make a prediction about a team that you really haven't seen in action for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks almost? I see you went with Loud. Bren, he's okay, you're cooking. Furia. Why? Is that really just because you haven't seen Loud?
Yes, I'm recency bias pilled, to be honest. But also, I think that there is something to be said about coming in cold to a game versus Furia that have been going week to week to week grinding with a purpose of an objective. They know what they need to do. So
that's
it. That's all I gotta say. I mean, mic drop, genuinely. Yeah.
Well, let's see what the teams have in store for us as we're sending it over to the stage for our Stage 2 playoffs that will start right here, right now.
Hoje eu acordei mais potente, eu quero fazer diferente, me posicionar mais pra frente, eu tô no controle novamente, ser dono do meu destino, não quero viver como clandestino, explodir sem ligar pra nada, que nem a granada quando solto o pino. sentimento me cadencia. De tudo que tá sendo dito, não há nada que me silencia. A verdade por aqui é meu grito. Abre alas entre aspas, tô brilhando demais, reflito. Sem ter medo de agir, confia. Eu não posso fugir do conflito.
We create our destiny, we earn it. I'm breaking through the silence hanging over me. Aunque no esté tan claro, esta llamada se apagó. Scream out loud, I'm turning down, yo de pronto piensas en nada. El miedo ya lo estoy usando, con la mente en alto. You will see what's burning inside of me. I'll make the horror my truth, just let my voice echo. Grita mais alto, faz o mundo ouvir.
Ninguém pode me parar, ninguém pode me conter. Ok, ok, eu não conto com a sorte. Tô com minha tropa, acompanha meu pique. Olha todo o chat comentando nesse chat. Tá na minha reta, eu já mando vazar. Na intimidade nós chama vavá. Cheio de coragem, eu não posso travar. Tá na minha mira, eu já mando papá. Tô falando pra pegar a visão, só não pegou quem caiu no flash. Renegar a nossa essência é armadilha, tipo trash.
We create our destiny, we earn it. I'm breaking through the silence hanging over me. Aunque no esté tan claro, esta llamada se apagó. Scream out loud, I'm turning down, yo de pronto piensas en nada. Scream out loud, I'm turning down, yo de pronto piensas en nada. El miedo ya lo estoy usando, con la mente en alto. You will see what's burning inside of me. I'll make the horror my truth, just let my voice echo. Grita mais alto, faz o mundo ouvir. El miedo ya lo estoy usando, con la mente en alto. You will see what's burning inside of me. I'll make the horror my truth, just let my voice echo. Grita mais alto, faz o mundo ouvir.
Playoffs time, the competition gets harder, especially once you get to lowers. Everything's on the line.
Energy's hand is forced as Kiko dashes in. Actually gets two. Good get his ace. The first one in Americas as he locks it down.
Playoffs is just the most important time of basically the whole stage. Doesn't really matter how you went through group stage. Playoffs is just a new world and literally anything can happen.
Pera. Muito bem, vai sonhando. E agora no X1, Zé tá preso.
The energy is going to be different in playoffs, especially every match for us is do or die. We lost to LEV earlier in the season, I think like week 2. I think we definitely want to get our get back on them.
Ganhar os playoffs é o sonho e conseguir ir pro Champions, então eu tô muito feliz.
We're just gonna do our game, we're gonna focus on ourselves and make sure that we do stuff properly.
Shanghai is one of my favorite places. We made it to the Mercedes-Benz stadium. So being able to go back there and to like right the wrongs that we did in Shanghai and kind of like hopefully write a better story for us to win, it'd be a really special feeling.
This playoffs is really important to us because we want to make champs not because NRG or LEV got top 2. We want to make it because we made the run.
Let's go, Drake! Let's go, baby! Sit down!
Acho que Fúria entrou no meta, né? Colocaram o Fênix no base.
Cara, a Loud é um time muito forte, que eles têm firepower muito forte pra ganhar qualquer coisa. Eles estão muito confiantes.
Cara, o TK tá bem beijado, hein? Olha o TK! Opa! Hit do TK! Trucando o TKzinho!
Jogar com confiança contra eles é a principal chave, porque eles são um time muito confiante e eu acredito que se a gente jogar nosso plano, a gente vai ganhar de sim.
difícil playoffs. E nada melhor do que um duelo brasileiro para inaugurar o mata-mata rumo a São Paulo. Make some noise, façam muito barulho, que hoje é dia de fúria!
This is a team that are on the up and up recently. They are trying to reach the same heights as prior from kickoff, where they were able to attend Santiago but not live up to their own expectations. They got a new lease of life in them, honestly, with the changing compositions, when they're figuring it all out now. They have a hot hand. They've got all the momentum in the world coming in through play-ins all the way through now, but going up against this loud roster, and they seem quite ready for it, to be honest. Everything is clicking at the right times. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of work to be done still, but you can tell that this team is raring to go.
That's right. How do you rank their chances going up against Loud today here, Cliff?
I'd say it's going to be a very competitive game. I think I still favor Loud, but I think that Brazil's on the line here for both these teams having Brazilians, so I think Base is going to show out for sure, so definitely going to be looking at him as a key player in this match.
And it's going to make it an emotional match for a lot of these players as well. There's just more meaning to it with that kind of qualification.
E agora vamos dar as boas-vindas para os seus adversários. Make some noise, façam muito barulho e faz o L para Loud!
It's another team that, listen, they've been waiting in the wings, getting to see who their opponents are, and, you know, they weren't really giving us much from the interviews, to be honest. Lucio saying, yeah, we're kind of working on everything, but Erda, I think, was quite insightful when Dan was sat down with him, talking about the amount of confidence that they have as a team, that they think that they can win it all. That's the kind of confidence you need as a competitor, to know that you can take it all the way. They've set themselves up in a prime position, and let's be real, everybody down to this team in the groups, everybody wasn't looking at them as a team that could get top 2 in their groups to make it here in this playoff spot, but they are here. They've proved the doubters and the haters wrong, and now it's about running with it, this chance, this gift that you have been, you know, granted essentially, and seeing how far you can actually go. Can you make it all the way to Sao Paulo? Can you make it all the way to, you know, Champs Shanghai off the back of even that itself? This team, they've got a lot of work to do. This is going to be a great showcase after 2 weeks off, where we can see exactly how much hard work they put in and whether it comes to fruition.
I mean, you already talked about their confidence, and I want to see it. We already see the pick bands here. Haven was already an uncomfortable map for Loud, so for them to be picking that for map 1, or sorry, for Fury to be picking that map 1, they're going to be very confident, and Loud needs to show that confidence back to them. So I want to see that Luxio can show what he's saying more than just being able to talk the talk. So that's definitely what I'm going to be looking for here.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of tape on Fury, of course, on this map of Haven, right? They've played it 5 times this stage, so there is a lot of stuff to review and a lot of approaches to take.
Yeah, and they changed up their comp to a degree, like in the midway portion of it, because they used to play the double initiator. I wasn't a big fan of it, but I think it's a pretty smart map, Vito, I will say, from Fury. It's a little bit risky as well when you haven't seen the team for 2 weeks, if you're going to be going and opting into this. But in theory, considering what Loud have been doing, we've been talking about it, they have not been leaning into the Neon Phoenix intentionally. They've been trying to run their own comforts. They've been trying to run double Senti at times, trying to put Luxio into a chamber position mostly. But this is a map where they are forced to play the double duelist. Now, I'm trying to get a sneak peek of potentially the Asians as well. I'm trying to like stare down at monitors. We don't know what Loud are going to do. This is why there's risks involved.
Cliff, what do you want to see from Loud?
I mean, honestly, I'd want them to see them going to a similar direction as us, honestly. Seeing Luxio go on chamber, maybe seeing like, I mean, TK Zen's obviously going to play some type of Neon or duelist like that, but maybe we see Darker going into some type of duelist flex. He has a lot of talent for it, so I wouldn't be surprised if they lean into his comfort rather than Erde as an IGL on Phoenix.
We've been seeing that a lot, honestly, as well. The IGL's kind of taken up the Phoenix mantle. And I mean, from hearing the whispers of what players have been saying, a lot of teams do like it because it means that you have a more impactful players. No changes here for Fury that we're seeing, as far as I'm aware as well. So we're seeing the same comfort roles basic on the Phoenix that we've been singing the praises of all day long. And I do think it's a pretty smart pick. Going to Haven as the first map with the map veto is a great way to get a leg up, assuming you know what you're getting yourself into. But it is allowed that haven't played for weeks. They've had the opportunity to essentially knuckle down, scrim practice, and it is going to be the Darker on Phoenix. So, hey, bro, Cliff, you got inside information or something, bro, because they were putting Erde on the Phoenix. They've switched it up. They've got that guy on Phoenix. And this is where the risks arise, where Furia think that they've got an upper hand in the map veto. They open up with Haven, but here is where the difference lies.
It is indeed. I'm excited to get this one started, so let's get into the first pistol round of playoffs and send it over to your casters. Here's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Zowie. Today, Furia fight to redeem an 0-5 stage and prove that this resurgence hasn't come too late. Loud fighting to rewrite a painful memory. Back in 2023, Fnatic broke their hearts in front of the Sao Paulo crowd at lock-in. 3 years later, a new generation carries the badge, trying to fight to get back to Brazil. One team is still trying to save its season, and the other is trying to give their city a happier ending.
Today, a coveted spot in that upper bracket semifinal on the line. The loser down to the lower bracket where the Sharks are waiting. G2 are there. Digizine in unbelievable form with EG. There's so much at stake for these two teams today.
It's time for match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. Haven, as discussed, the pick of Furia, but dangerous when you haven't seen this Loud team for 18 days. The luxury to prepare, to watch, to focus on a match like this, whereas Furia have been fighting for every day they've survived.
Loud are fast towards this A site. Furia found so much success at the pistol rounds in planes. Will that trend continue here? They've just given up the site. They don't want to hold it with a couple players that they've got. The more wise option is to just go for the full 5-on-5 retake. You can see on the minimap, Furia have intentions of flanking heavily. And they've dealt with Luxo right away. Loud are completely pinched on site.
They've been fast about this. Luxo, no time to react, and that trademark is removed with his demise. Digizine able to step out of the Noble Pulse inside Heaven. It's Koala Noob looking for a peek. Basic hoping to double up now. Furia are being slowed down way late, stuck in the mud. Trying to get to some steps to the side, and Com strikes out. Digizine has fallen. Shy taking his sweet time, coming up Zowie here, but there's also a smoke in his way. He emerges for 2 kills, and it might be another on the menu here. Ode low. Shy doesn't quite have the bullets though, through the corner, finds it. What a way to make an entrance. Good looks there for Shy. Unfortunately, time is not on his side.
I can't believe Loud have gotten away with that one. Furia going for that multi-man flank and dealing with Luxo immediately. No trade. They just get the man advantage 5-on-4 and are able to get that retake off from every single imaginable angle. Loud are completely surrounded in this site. They even lose Digizine, and then Erde, Darker bringing it back. You've got to have your eyes on Darker coming into this map. Flexing over towards the Phoenix. It's just a must pick on Haven. You simply
every team is doing it.
Have to play double duelists here. Even if you're trying to be off meta elsewhere, it is genuinely not possible to win the non-mirror if you're running anything but the Phoenix Neon here, right? And honestly, it's kind of surprising we haven't seen more of the Darker Phoenix on this map. I was going back, and the last time that he played it, it was against Leviatán back in the Stage 1 groups. And he actually was the best player in the server. He outfragged Sato, and they won that Haven map. Now, you know, that was a little bit before Lev got all the way to the top.
One enemy remaining.
But that being said, I feel like it kind of bodes well for him. I'm just surprised that Loud have not tried to lean into it more. Like they had the Erde Phoenix last time, but they're back to maybe the one thing that worked for them on Haven all year.
It was like a similar pivot, I guess, to what Fury have undertaken. They're all obviously undefeated after Basic has picked up the Phoenix himself. Kind of dominating on that pick in general. Basic, the one who was on the breach and deadlock up until
of
recently.
his own volition. Koala said that he just really wanted to play that breach, and he was playing it on Haven, and he was dropping crazy numbers, but the breach is not as good as the Phoenix.
No, really wanting to be on that breach sounds like choosing brown as your favorite color. I don't know.
Louder just fast again towards A. Let's just run it back like the pistol round with Basic. Shuts them down.
Doubled up here pretty nicely alongside Koala Noob, but they're going to be dug out now. Erde's found his 3rd kill of the round. The guy is controlling any access towards his A site. And now Darker's going to go hunting, because why wouldn't you with his runner back in play? In for one Artazine, and he's able to spray him down for a freebie. That is gutting for Furia.
Oh, Shy can't even get the one against that low HP Dabby.
Hell of a bonus to win, Wyatt.
All pace from Loud. How cool was that little play, though? Setting up Erde to teleport behind towards Graffiti while everyone coming from the front. Digizine is, offering a lot of distraction. That is so sick.
Yeah, he's ahead of the curve. People expect him to be just emerging from the smoke there.
That is such a cool bonus round strat to throw in. We're 3 rounds in, and Shaw, the visible frustration has set in.
I mean, these guys haven't had a chance to rest, chance to breathe. That's what it means to fight through play-ins now. You do not enter playoffs fresh like Loud do. Oh, big ping.
Yep. Able to get that ping, able to get the supplementary util, but not able to find a pick off the back of it. That's okay, though. They might just try to pick up the pace elsewhere. Haven't spotted out a lot of presence from Furia.
Really need to see Fury get off to the races on this map. I would not want to leave things to chance if we get over towards Summit. Dark is going to open up the account, though, comfortably. Onto the B side, go loud. He might just walk to smoke and try and take a timing here and be done with it.
It's a round where you're definitely seeing a bit of the power of the Neon, the ability to just pivot to one of those other sites so quickly. And it's a great call from Erode to get them there. We've heard in the loud comms how vocal he is all throughout the round, setting it up at the beginning, being extremely in control during the mid-rounds, dictating everything the team's going to do.
And then, like we saw in the bonus, just making the play for himself.
And it feels like to some extent we might be witnessing a little bit of that loud advantage early from having the couple weeks off, having the time to refine a map in their pool that has not been a good one for them. Maybe giving Darker some more reps on this Phoenix over the last couple of weeks, coming up with some nice little set strats like that bonus round play, and hey, that could be enough to steal away Fury as a map pick, which, going into it, it's definitely a targeted one. They pick Haven because Loud have not been able to figure things out here.
Yeah. 18 days, significant stretch of time in this world. Qualanu was going to miss the boat on the A-cross. Loud are entering the round with that signature pace, but Erode was flagging behind a little bit, gets caught.
Koala gets his first one on the board via an angle that he has probably held tens of thousands of times in Valorant. Opping on Haven is really his bread and butter. Loud want to accelerate into this site. They need to go quickly on account of not having the smokes, and Fury are happy to fight it. They give away Artsin's life. Despite being down Erode, Loud could absolutely win this round out.
The idea for Artisan to take a timing, he just didn't want to give up the site.
I mean, look at Shy. He is miles away, still needing to rotate over, hesitant about potential lurks on the Loud side.
He's been credited with some pretty slow lurk timings, rather, and they're basically not able to get anything off that ultimate. At least it's Koala Noob there from Heaven. That's a very important kill to find. Davi's going to be forced to get the hot foot now, move away from that molly. Koala Noob is picked off, though, as he tries to cross and ends up being a trade in the end as Darker is licked by the shot. Step back, finds basic. This is getting a little bit dangerous now for Furia. Shy finally arrives at the site, but the rest of his teammates are already long and white in the beard, and there's no chance for a defuse. This is too slow.
It just doesn't even matter. Tikazine just needs to hide. Allowed lock that round up with Furia, so apprehensive to get towards that site, and Artsin has got to be so frustrated that he went down before that retake could have gone off.
You have to call a timeout here. This went basically like the pistol did. It's just not fast enough. Loud are quicker off the break in the early rounds. And frankly, Fury are just too slow to get their ducks in a row for these retakes. And maybe that's why Artisan didn't want to give the side up. He tried to take a timing, ends up dying solo there.
Yeah, there's just a real disconnection in ideas there from Artsin and what the rest of the team would have been able to accomplish. There's just no way they would have been able to rotate in time for a flood. The only guy there is Koala with the op. That's not going to be enough. And going down just offers an opportunity for Loud that they will capitalize on. Shaw just needs to get involved at this point. The game has gone completely out of hand. We're just 5 rounds in. It's Fury's map pick, man.
And I understand the stress, for sure. Because for him and Artisan, this roster, the roster changes they made coming into play-ins represent a huge gamble. And if things go wrong, those two are going to get blamed.
They are the leadership of Fury that have dictated these moves. 3 changes coming into this second stage. After, despite a rocky end to that first stage, they were still 4th in champs points. But they take this massive risk, make moves that on paper were really tough to make sense of. It screwed the rolls up completely. And only now, since play-ins, have they actually been able to make sense of the chaos that they put themselves in. But is it too little too late?
Fast push here down C-Long. Darky here waiting to receive it. I'm looking at him. This is Loud just sitting back off this, knowing the Fury are lower board. They're ready for these high-tempo early rounds. Still a Hunter's Fury pickup, though, for Com. Davi was snatched away. That's Sova in the early round. Could be something to build off of, especially with Shy challenging Erode.
We are fully witnessing the snowball effect of this double duelist comp in front of us right now. Look at the status of Darker's ult. He's going to pick that up for the next gun round. They still have the overdrive. They have the Hunter's Fury. They are dominating in the economy, in the ults.
Oh no. This slowdown is so well timed for Loud. Fury are going to lose the entirety of the C site because they just don't have that purchase across the map. They do not have the information. And they've gone looking for it. And a weapon, in fairness, for Com. This is Loud now entrenched in the C side with Artazine all the way across the map. And there's your info for your attack side.
I know exactly where you are.
Fury not wanting to push too aggressively towards long, now fully divided. One player coming from each angle. Darker doesn't want to take any risks. He wants to find an opening kill with the runner back that he just got.
Take the fight! Take the dub! Com flattened there, and that really limits Furia's options now. One of the weapons they were able to recover in the round has fallen. Sky sitting on this Phantom, but it is Furia scrabbling for spare change. They've cracked the piggy bank and they've shook it out. And this is all they've been able to manage in this round. Shy might have an exit for himself. But man, these two teams have been like ships in the night this round.
Yeah, at this point, what? Damage for Furia? That's not relevant at all. Shy just needs to tuck and save that gun. Again, look at the economy, the ults. I'm just reiterating myself, but the Loud advantage in terms of literally every aspect of the game right now is so significant. Furia have got their work cut out for them and some more. It has to start here. Has to start on this gun round. They need to stop the bleeding.
The runabout for Darker got so much value in that previous round. He might have one built up sooner rather than later because Loud are once more into the B side. Wasting zero time is going to be Erde striking first. Artazine this again looks for a timing, tries to intuit an opportunity.
Oh my God.
He found two, but Erde does him one better. This now leaves us at player parity with the spike retreating from B.
Erde may be feeling a little bit too confident trying to claim that smoke after he gets the spray kill through it, but assume there probably wouldn't have been another player there. It's resulted in the team going back down numbers, 2 versus 2. Would you rather have anyone but Luxio in a situation like this?
Pumping back to B. This could be awkward for Luxio. Nope, never awkward. In fact, he sees Com coming. Now it's mano y mano. Darby tries to get across here. Basic! Hammered through the masonry. And another back-breaking L is served up for Furia.
That's a win for Davi against one of the best clutchers in the league right now as well. Everything going the way of Loud. Another moment, much like the bonus, we see a critical round. Activate a set execute. Just go into B with the wall up. Erde teleports up top. View on him is obscured by the wall. He gets that free first kill while Tikazine runs into the right, distracting. There's just so much going on for those anchors to deal with. They cannot do it. They are fully overwhelmed.
They're going to hit the accelerator straight off the mark again, Loud. Make their way towards C-Long. Mindful, of course, there might be some Cypher util to contend with, but that's going to be cleared. No way to punish Tikazine caught inside of it. Again, the weaponry is awkward, uncomfortable for Fury. Now as the slide comes in and Tikazine strikes hard at the back of the side. Basic is flattened. Sick paranoia by Erde. Catches him behind the container.
Absolutely steamrolling Furia on all of these execs. Look at the value that each util piece is getting. How Erde, Darker, Tikazine are so in sync. Just claiming all of the space, claiming all of the kills. The way that they have that first layer to get in sight and then the second layer for backside, Erde pops out of the smoke up top. There's just so much going on for these anchors to deal with. You are watching them being overwhelmed in every single instance.
Both of these squads, Furia and Loud respectively, got to use G2 as a measuring stick over the last couple of weeks. The last time we saw Loud play, it was a 13-1 result on Lotus against G2. Blew our minds. And now we're realizing that they've picked up where they left off.
This Loud team are looking dangerous. If in those couple weeks they have gotten Haven as another map towards the top of their pool, Breeze is gone at the bottom of their pool, that could transform this Loud team into even more serious of a contender.
What a time to throw a default in here for Loud. Got Furia, tense, nervous, edge of their seats, and we are playing a slow early round.
Why not just give Luxio a moment to open this round up with the AWP? which he has genuinely been a phenom with in this second stage.
Fast lane here gets Erde up onto the sights, and there's Koala already going down. This is pretty devastating. Artazine mowed over. And Basic got no value off his ultimate. Man, there is just nothing going the way of Fury right now, and they have to know it.
Every anchoring player is just being torn limb from limb on every exec. Loud running them over.
Need I remind people, this is Furia's map pick. The rest of the pool doesn't look flattering for them at all. At all. Summit up next. They lost to NRG and EG. Ascent, they lost to 2G on.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, I mean, they can't win a duel anywhere. Loud are hitting. The talent on this team is out of control. For a long time, you've been looking at this Loud roster, just waiting for them to put the right pieces around Luxio. And they might have finally done it. Bringing up Tikazine from the Crew Academy. If Darker gets into that consistent high level, because that's really been his problem this year, I think. We've seen high highs, but we have also seen the floor go pretty low. It could be in the same match, it could be back-to-back weeks, but his highs have been straight up takeover games. If he's got that for them with consistency, there are just so many potential factors that feel like they could be bringing Loud to that next tier.
I do want to point out, though, for Furia, that losing the first map in a best of 3 has shown to be very conducive to them winning the series. Here in play-ins, of course, 6-3 is their map differential. They've lost the first map of every single one of the series they played in play-ins and were still able to succeed. They're kind of showing that they're able to pick themselves back up after a really rough start. But have any of those starts been as rough as this one? I don't know.
Definitely not. Gotta look at Hair Day right now as well. I mean, you could really just go down the line and sing the praises of everyone on Loud. The only guy who hasn't had to contribute much is Luxio, and honestly for him, it's gotta feel good that everyone else can just run the other team over and he can relax for a change. Yeah. But this is, right now, as it stands, Hair Day's best match of Stage 2 onwards.
Yeah.
He took a bit of a dip trying to go around to different roles. He tried so much of the Sage double Sentinel look, and maybe we'll see that on Summit, but we saw the potential, Stage 1, when he joined up late, and we are seeing him return to that level of form right now.
Playing like a man possessed, very proactive in a lot of these early exchanges, using his TP forward. Now, that'll definitely drop the pace a little bit here in this half. Double swing here off B, could be dangerous, never mind. Luxio turns in a one-on-one. Basically getting aggressive here outside of Garage. Is going to be pushed into by Darker. He doesn't really care for the molly, but the spam is a bit of a problem. Shy and Basic have been able to down him and Luxio, and now Loud are just going to keep leaning in further. Tigazine unaware that the player stuck in the corner, gets dug out by Davi, then he's found 2. We've evened things up here, but look at those health bars on the Loud side of things. They are bleeding. There's just no way he's done that.
He can't be getting caught like that. How is Davi making this happen?
Koala Noob, who's had to pick up this Neon role very quickly to fit the mold of this team, has to clutch the round. Taking down Davi at 8. Simple matter as he was at 8.
Health advantage is just massive for Koala Noob right now. He's got to get Furia on the board. Two Neon players, man. Very, very different stories, these guys.
Huge!
Oh. He needed that. He needed that so bad for the team and to just get his own confidence up. It's been a tough start for Koala.
And that's a round where Furia kind of have to earn Loud's respect. Look at this double down into Garage door by Loud. They say, we are going to run at you until you can prove to us you can fight back.
They are so impressive right now in like the actions per minute that they're taking. Loud have never stopped doing something proactive around the map. Even as they're dropping players in Garage there, they are setting up Davi to go for that pinch through C long, and he almost brings the round back.
Someone who normally considered as a very supportive initiator player.
Yeah, this
Davi
feels like one of his higher fragging games for sure. His aim is looking sharp today.
Fast round off the break, I suspect, as Loud already heading over towards long, and Tikazine lines Koala Noob up. No chance to build onto the momentum of the previous round. He's back in the dirt.
Basic is isolated right now. Is there going to be an opportunity for him to get out? He would love to, and he does just that. But Furia still suffer the deficit in this long exchange, and it's Loud who want to cut noise.
And Fury, despite being on loss bonus, finally winning a round. They do it only with the one player up, and so they're on 2 Guardians here. It's been uncomfortable from early doors on this map.
A win on this round for Loud would mean a broken economy for Furia.
Again.
And a serious opportunity for Loud to finish this half. 11-1.
Erde's the one that starts this off, tries for some info on B, cancels it.
Is he going to call the team
30
off?
seconds
Yeah,
left.
he does. He is sniffing out that stack towards A, feeling like Furia would be unwilling to move off the site, and he's correct.
This is too fast for Martazine. Dive is going to get caught, and that's all the information that Furia need about what's happening at A. Here's the B hit, comes down. Shy holds his own inside the smoke. Erde unsuccessful this time, trying to play forward. Now the spray of the Odin starting to cause some headaches. Dark is going to be multi-swung if he hangs around too long out there. And here's Luke Shaw with an op. Up against 4. And eventually, the reality is going to strike. Quite a half for him, but again, he's playing that chamber on the attack side. Gets himself an exit, and that's all she wrote.
Credits to Ardzian in that late round. Cerebral of him to push out of that smoke. Feels like, yeah, that's some BS from Davy. They are not hitting this site. He is alone, and I'm going to catch him at long, and he is absolutely correct.
Ooh. Okay, looks like the deck felt stacked a bit more in Furia's favor in that round. You make your own luck half the time, and that push off the A site was instrumental.
Yes, this should do.
Loud figuring out their buy for this last round, and it will result in Luke Shaw picking up this op. Could have a full clash towards A yet again. Koala wants to get up there, and he gets the opener.
This time he's ready. He actually stops shorter so he can get his aim trained in time. Erde's going to trade things out, and Koala finds another one through the smoke, finally. Getting some value. Once again, Loud come off decidedly second best in the early action. They remain committed. They do not have their controller util to play with, though. So it's a walk up onto A that is prescribed. Koala concerned about a sewers push, but now gets hit with a flash, double swung. Basic has to intuit the correct timing off this. Here's the swing, and he does handle the Sova. Once again, Luke Shaw on his own with his position revealed, and that is a little bit disgusting.
Oh my god.
There could have been something there.
Oh my god. Yeah, that could have been filthy, but Furia retain control. Success late with those A-lobby fights. Koala gets a great opener to deal with Tikazine. And that time, Loud just want to cut noise for a moment, re-hit into that A site, and it's right into the stack trio from Furia to shut it down.
Like that from Koala Noob early, just a little adjustment to try and find some success on towards that A-long play.
That is 9 in a row for Loud and 3 in a row for Furia to show signs of life just at the end of that half and make you believe that if they get this next pistol, maybe they can get back in the game.
More from Haven right around the corner. It's Loud and Furia fighting for advancement in playoffs.
Yeah, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too? No, I'm...
With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Alright, the first game is about to start. I'm here with Andrew, who's wearing a plaid shirt, so obviously he won't be wrong. Who's winning this one?
Ooh, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be really close. I think I'm leaning Furia on this one.
I'm pretty sure Furia is gonna win this one. I mean, I've seen what Loud can do, and I do know they're a pretty solid team. But with how Furia has been performing recently, I think they got this.
I'd have to go with Loud. I think that they're just on a really good trajectory right now. I think TKC's been a really good addition to the team overall.
It's a tough one. It's a really close game. You know, Furia's on the up and up. And we also haven't seen Loud for quite a while, right? So they have time to be cooking some stuff. But and especially TKC, that man's been on a run. But so has Furia. You know, they've been leveling up every single week. But I just got to go with my heart. I love those boys at Furia, so I got to go with them.
One of these teams arrived rested, refreshed, and looking very speedy off the break. That is Loud. Furia, though, look hardened, maybe a little tired. They've certainly been put to the test multiple times in play-ins, and Basics' move over to Duelist has been a big part of their success.
100%. That Phoenix has been everything for Furia. He's like damn near plus 50 in kills across play-ins, kills to deaths. It is obscene. Right now, side at 12, and he is going to be the critical player, the star of Furia, if they're going to make this comeback a reality.
Ode very quickly, he knows what's coming towards C, so he just leaves off the site with all of his utility intact for this retake. Which in a pistol round doesn't take much. Here's TKC getting into the site early. Oh, buddy, this could be ugly. Oh, that's not good at all. Completely dug out of the site. This retake is nuts from Loud. And Furia never had a chance to plant the spike.
You could just see on the minimap how quickly all of Loud were stood right at that C main choke the second the spike got tapped. I don't even think the audio cue finished before the paranoia went out from Air Day. Stun flies through Recon. Look at this util combo on a pistol round. On a pistol round, they have all that synced up.
This is why they're so ready to give the side up. That's why we saw Ode just running into Garage saying, I've got to get ready for this.
They have been in the lab the past couple weeks, and it is showing.
Cover going out. Devastating round for Fury to lose.
And their backs against the wall. They're going to force up. Shades of G2, 5 Stingers rushing in towards this C site.
They're going to do it again. Loud are going to attempt to retake with all this util again.
And you can see this time Furia, they want to bait that fight close range. Everyone's stacked up in this smoke, close with the Stingers to win the duels, and they get 2.
Great answer. That is a very good adaptation from one round to another. Still, these 4 Stingers need to do some more heavy lifting. A push up for Kwanu. Good start. Flash, traded out. We take those as the attackers. David trying to get into the side with the Nova Pulse. Waylays him, and he gets caught out by the spray through that wall. And David doesn't exactly have the best weapon for this job. Needs to clear the trip, gives his position away. Massive recovery from Furia. It's a big gamble, but they've got the protocols to make use of that Stinger buy.
I love the adaptation there. It's so good. Immediately just pushing everyone close up into the choke. So if that util rains out towards the site off spike tap, they're right there to meet them. And you can even see this good util from Artson. When they start pushing back in, when the fast lane comes up,
we did the
instant
right,
stun on choke.
Hey, look at that.
So both teams taking turns to show us a great read on this C retake scenario. Puts Loud's economy in a bit of a weird spot. Whereas Furia get a couple of Bulldogs in and get virtually a free anti-eco round to play out.
If there's one thing that Furia have really displayed over this run, it is some resilience. The 0-5 stage into play-ins, able to make it 3-0, backs against the wall, winning all those series down a map. Feels like you're always capable of making something like that happen when you've got a Koala noob on your team, a guy who just embodies never giving up. Loud go for this 4-man swing though. That's going to get them the opening onto Ardzin. No smokes for the exec. That could be nightmarish for Furia, who need to capitalize on this anti-eco. It's no investment from Loud.
It's an effective trap, and what's even more important is that Furia have already slow-rolled this early round. So they don't have a lot of buffer here to make a correction. They might end up staying and ending C regardless.
Koala doesn't even have the fast lane to get in. What do they have to cut off some sight lines? A basic wall?
Yes.
That is not a lot to work with, and if they re-hit into C, Loud are relaxed. They have 4 players ready to go.
They have all this open util from the back of the site, and the Paranoia's already going to catch on out. They've
no.
gotten Koala, but it's all going wrong, Wyatt. This is devastating. 20 seconds left in the round, and no chance to get that spike up by the Phoenix. Furia are in dire straits.
Yeah, they're about to need that resiliency I was speaking of in spades heading towards the rest of this game.
There's no plant opportunities.
They could not afford to lose this round. How do Loud get away with it?
It's already over. Nothing to be done, and now more weapons being wrested from their hands. That is about as bad as things possibly could have gone. 0 investment route for Loud. They stack up this multi-setup. They get the controller. And like you mentioned, it ends up being raw contact into 4 players.
The triple plays, but 4 players up long. The Paranoia just connects onto all of them. They're cooked. It was perfect util time from Erede. The Loud util in this game, phenomenal right now.
Well, do or die now for Furia. Have to make use with the credits they had remaining after that debacle. Let's listen in to see how they fight their way through this attack side round.
Oh, up and down with me, up and down with me.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Smoke it.
Blocking vision.
Smoking B this guy. Nothing A. Pick up long right now.
Neon on window with the other.
I'm ready.
Neon is head?
Window.
Okay. Okay, then it's not Sova.
Careful, Gobi.
Nice.
Let's talk back A.
I'm down.
Let's go B.
Double. It's gonna pick, I think. I know, it's up here.
One here. I'm walking B right now.
Yeah, do it.
Come with me, basic.
Yeah.
Running. Out of break. I'm running away.
I'm gonna wall garage, wait.
I'm a dark garage wall, and y'all contact him B.
Sova
Do it ASAP. Do it ASAP, basic.
Walling.
Go B.
I think it's chamber A.
I'm gonna smoke A link, it's smoke C link, guys. Just hold
Okay, go. I'm holding C link right now.
3, 2, 1.
I'm holding C link, guys.
Careful window one time, man. I'm gonna play backside.
I'm holding window.
I'm gonna flood.
Do that.
Nice.
Northern.
One more, backside.
30 seconds.
I have you right. I cannot break.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Through C link or A link.
Oh, fuck.
Out of charges.
Nice try.
Okay, run through the
Match
Well, that's a worrying sign. See Furia end up making a right call. He sees a bunch of free damage for Com as he sprayed Tigazine down through the wall, gets those 2 kills on the B side. It looks like they do make the right call in a macro sense.
Yeah, even still, with their map pick so far being in disaster territory, Com was very calm throughout that whole mid-round. Obviously still doing a ton of mid-rounding for the team, was setting them up really well. Got the 2-piece with the Odin, but it couldn't get them across the finish line, and now it's Loud on match point.
Kwanu doesn't check that corner at all, and so he's going to be punished. Luxo double dipping for more, and he'll have it. Basic is picked up before he heads on out. And that's it. At this point, the map is basically unsalvageable. It's one thing to work at 3v5 with good macro, good setups. But you've got 2 Stingers and a Bulldog. And you've lost a lot of confidence, not to mention both of your duelists.
And Loud are immediately ready to just flood in right off the spike tap again. 5-on-3, run it back coming through. Furia are done for. This should be Loud's map.
Darker will die to full damage there. Still Shy and Artazine have to fight for their very lives. Artazine deals with 1, but that will be Luxo notching up his 3. And for a map that you pick as Furia, after being able to hone yourselves over the last couple of weeks, this is a pretty worrying sign as Loud look fresh, fast off the break, and extremely confident.
Yeah, often the phrase stolen map pick is used. That doesn't do enough justice to what we just witnessed. That was not stolen, that was Loud after a couple-week break where they clearly were in the lab on Haven. They've taken it to the next level and flattened Furia. That attack side was out of control. The amount of set executes that they were throwing at Furia, overwhelming the anchors, tearing them apart. It was so sick to watch.
Loud did not throw a slow default in until round 9 on the attack side. playing super fast, hitting the extremities, constantly putting Fury under pressure, forcing mistakes.
And then the few defense rounds we see, they are immediately set up with these crazy util combo floods on the pistol round. They made it look like a full buy the amount of util that they throw at Furia. Crazy.
Insane stuff. First map being picked up by Loud. Kieran, their map pick of Summit will be up after this.
tiro DG. Ele com 30 de vida abriu pra buscar o Zerona e o Benguet!
Absurdo.
That was domination on that first map of playoffs for Loud. Romanila, you guys looked incredible. And you bring a double duelist composition. You have Darker on the Phoenix. He already played on the Phoenix before, but then you guys swapped to Erde playing it. So how do you decide on this composition and him playing the secondary duelist?
We have kind of like a really long conversation about who wants to play the Phoenix. If Erde, maybe Darker. In the end, we decided like maybe it was much better for Erde to be the IGL playing an Omen rather than Phoenix. So we decided like, okay, Darker needs to play the Phoenix and just that's it.
All right, anything you can tell us about Summit?
We prepared a few stuff different from the game from, again, 100 tips. So I hope it works.
Well, the first changes looked amazing, so I'm looking forward to the second ones. Thank you so much.
So do we, Romanili, so do we. Welcome back, everyone. Loud is taking Furia's map pick to start this series, and quite frankly, they were on a roll. It seemed like everything is just going right for them, Cliff.
I mean, I definitely didn't expect that at all, to be honest. I mean, we talked about before the game, there's a lot of uncertainties about their comfort when it comes to Loud's compositions and people changing around their roles. But wow, in their attack, they looked way more than comfortable, and they were definitely confident, like Erde talked about.
Yeah, I mean, they were working with like information that was 2 weeks out of date, right? Thinking that Erde was going to be on the Phoenix, you know, maybe, okay, we get to pick the Haven. It's a map that a lot of these teams are struggling with. Not the case. This Loud, oh my God, have they been in a lab? I mean, these execs were running them down. At some point, I walked from one side of the arena to the other to get back into the analyst room. It was 6-0. The game was practically over at this point, but they were so damn drilled. Their exits were clean. The punishments on the flood defenses were also clean. Everything being put together. You can tell that they have put so much work in to, I think, this archetype of composition as well, whereas pretty much they were looking very uncomfortable in it in the past. And now, I mean, a completely different case. They were testing Furia constantly.
Yeah, I mean, Erde on Omen in this game specifically was sensational. I mean, he was double diving in like he was a duelist, and on Phoenix still himself, to be honest, flashing and TPing in there, and I think that was really a difference maker. I think Furia really struggled with just stopping him, TPing in and getting all these kills, while he still had to deal with TKs in and Darker just running in as well, so it was definitely a really hard matchup for them.
Yeah, when you're talking about matchup, we talked a little bit about the compositions. You shared with me that like having that Astra in the mix there, which makes it much more difficult for them to deal with what Loud is throwing at them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if they had Omen blind, you know, they'd be able to stop these rushes a little bit better that they're hitting them with in the first like 10, 15 seconds of the round. But the fact that they weren't able to play retake and they were dying very early on their sites were really hard for Furia to get back in this game. It was honestly really good for them to even get 3 rounds in the first place, and we even see it on this pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, the pistol, I think, also summed it up. Sometimes you see teams, they put a lot of work on the one side of a map, and then it switches sides, and then suddenly it's a one-sided affair again, but on the opposite end, not the case. I mean, Erde and Darker, like, actually just running away with it as well in terms of these roles. The swaps up, obviously, Erde, you're going to see him being more comfortable on the Omen per usual, but the level of aggression they were taking to Furia, constantly limit testing them, and it was a simple game plan off the rip. It was like, we're going to hit you with exits, we're going to see how well you can actually flood defend. Are you going to be able to preempt this? Are you going to be able to put players into the right positions? They couldn't at any point for 9 rounds straight, and it just kept rolling and running away with it completely. I mean, I am so damn impressed. Maybe I shouldn't be. They've had 2 weeks off to get this done, but this is a completely different Loud that we're looking at, genuinely, compared to what we were seeing them run a few weeks ago.
Yeah, they didn't rest on their laurels, and we just heard from Romanilli in that interview that they might have cooked something new up heading to Summit, which was the map that they picked. They're currently 1-1 on this map, and they played it in week 4 against 100 Thieves. That was a loss. What do you expect to see from them here? What do you think they could have possibly cooked up for Summit?
For Loud, I think I mean, with Romanelli's interview, it's a little hard to say, but I mean, I'd say they might stick with what they've been playing already. For Furia, it's a little harder. You know, they've had a lot of success playing this Phoenix, Neon, things like this, which is possible on Summit. And so I'm curious to see if they'll transition to that even on this map when they were playing Double Initiator before.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see basic on the KO, which they were running before. I actually don't mind the KO on Summit as a map, though. Genuinely, I think NRG run a pretty nice comp on this map. I think that they make it work really well with the stall. But for basic, I think it's at this point, it's a proven concept, just keeping him onto the duelist. I imagine that Fury would probably do that as well, but this is a map that they didn't pick. This is Loud's map pick. This is them that have had 2 weeks again to prepare for this, and coming up into Summit, I mean, I don't know. If it's going to be following the same blueprint as that first map, where Fury were very stagnant. I think they were slow to react at times as well. They weren't, you know, when there was noise being cut from the opposite side of Loud, Fury weren't really moving the map to clear up the question marks onto space. They're going to struggle, to be honest. This isn't necessarily a question of compositions. It's a question of genuinely like just the mentalities, attitudes they're coming into with these comps.
Well, let's check in on the mentality. Let's hear what Coach Shaw has to say ahead of map 2.
The winner of today will only be 1 game away from making it to the finals in Sao Paulo. And for you, Shaw, that means you're going to have to come back in that next map of Summit. It's been a back and forth. Teams have been trying to find their identity. What should we expect from you guys coming into today against Loud?
We bring some changes for this map because we test a lot different comps in this map, but I think now we have a good identity.
Anything you can tell us?
Maybe 1 Harbor, 1 Phoenix, 1 Neon. I don't know.
Okay, we'll see. Very excited. Thank you so much.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Wow,
He gave away 3 rolls on the map already out of 5. He actually gave us a lot, to be honest. I like it.
What do you make out of that, Cliff?
I mean, that's definitely a strong composition for sure. I think it's going to be interesting if they played the Sage Chamber on Loud. It may be pretty hard for them to deal with it if they're going to be playing a slow play style to find opening space just with Luxio opping. I mean, it's going to be really hard for them if they can't deal with this.
You seemed excited about, at least here in the Harbor, I saw your eyes
the Harbor,
glittering.
I've seen some teams try and play Harbor on Summit. It's been with mixed results, but I think one of the things that's undeniable currently about Harbor is the amount of pressure it places on a team in a post plan with the Cove. Because that thing is on a 30-second cooldown. You can throw it out whenever the hell you want in a round, basically. You're going to get it back most likely for when the retake is on, when you're on the defense side of the map. And the Harbor is often the most pivotal role for it. I imagine they're probably going to be having Artsin on it, I'd imagine, because that's what they were running in the past. But honestly, my expectations up in the air for this one. We haven't seen these teams play this map in weeks, so honestly, anything could happen.
Anything indeed. Both coaches alluded to some changes that are being made heading into Map 2 Summit, and Uber and White will be back on the mic after a short break.
That Haven map could only be summed up as a reckoning for Furia, who've already been trying to run a gauntlet of their own to make it to Sao Paulo. Loud comes in, fresh, rejuvenated after 18 days, and slaps them across the face with a dominant showing. And heading on to Summit, this is a map that feels like it's chosen less because it's amazing for Loud, but more because it's been pretty horrific for Furia.
Both of these map picks feel very targeted, and Furia, the aim, way off. Going to Haven where Loud have clearly prepped on another level. Is that going to be the case on Summit too? Has this been another map where they have just been in the lab? Last we saw them on it, it was a lost 100 Thieves who were also running this Phoenix Neon comp that Furia have just fully leaned into at this point. Will they have taken that sort of anti-stratting to the next level, playing a counter meta comp to be able to beat the double duelist look?
Something I liked about Loud on this map of Summit, though, is that we were seeing them push off the extremities to get some good early info. In general, their defense side was actually quite solid. They were getting the read early on 100 Thieves in that game, but things just fell apart when they moved to that attack side, and ultimately they only got 8 rounds on the map itself. As for Furia, I mean, they've ground out games against EG and NRG respectively, but again, neither have been particularly compelling.
Airday out of the LEV Academy called a stunning attack half on Haven, flattening Art Zin's Furia, who has come into this year seeking redemptions at no other tournament but Champions, right? At the end of Champs last year, he took the blame for MIBR falling out, crashing out of that tournament completely on himself. And he's but a few games away from making it to Sao Paulo. Beyond that, finally getting to Champs again, getting that redemption that he seeks. But Airday, the young prodigy IGL, stands in his way.
And there's zero respect being offered Furia by Loud. They are running it down, showing that my confidence and mechanics going hand in hand makes for a terrifying prospect. Loud will wend their way into his A-Bems early in the round, get spotted out. Basic hopes to slow them up, and he'll be rewarded. That Molly will arrest Loud's progress.
Loud now need to slow it down, but he'll be content to have extracted some util out of the Furia side. Basic without those flashes. Trip broken. Threat towards B through the link.
Artisan could be critical.
Loud, though, really not intent on making any quick decision here. They are going to let the clock run down and try to use every second available to them.
We didn't get to see slow rounds from them on Haven until round 10.
And They do have to pick up the pace a little bit to get over towards Darker. Execute onto this A site where Basic is going to have his work cut out for him. 37 HP. No molly to stall. No util.
Luxo might have heard some pretty important sound cues as Ticketsine's trying to get ahead of it. Basic, though, brings him down. Artazine finds two amongst it all. And Darker and Luxo have to salvage the round. There might be something here. The shots come in from the Sheriff and they hit damn hard, but Shy finds a nice little swing timing, and here's Luxo around the corner. He may have lined them up, though. We've got a 1v1 as time is the problem for Luxo. Koala Noob doesn't commit and knows all he has to do is threaten.
Crazy shot from Luxo, but won't matter. That plant just a little bit out in the open. If he just sidestepped to the left, might have been able to get that one down. One round into the game. So we are seeing Loud playing at a much different pace, at least so far, in contrast to Haven, where round one pistol, they just slammed the A site straight away. Almost every single round on Haven attack was all pace. And Furia had no answers to that. So will this be a trend of Airday trying to slow the game down, really work the map, try to exploit those mid links?
Another early molly from Basic is going to force the action, and Tickersine slides straight into his purview. Luxo basically couldn't miss in the previous round this time. He struggles to line up the shot. Artazine is farming them in. I tell you what, getting the ult orbs on your harbor seems like a pretty reasonable proposition to me.
Something that has to be looked out for in this series is that coming off of play-ins, within the play-ins, Furia were 12 for 6 on pistol rounds. Excellent there. Loud in this stage, you look at their anti-bonus conversion rate, it's the second lowest in the league, only 22%. So going up against a double duelist Phoenix comp, against a team that's great on pistols, and you struggle on anti-bonuses, there's some serious danger in Loud getting snowballed hard by Furia. They need to convert this, or else Furia will be off to a really strong lead. And look at Artson, he's already got the Reckoning for this. That's crazy.
Last time we saw Furia here, they were still playing Chamber, KO, Waylay. So they've had to bring their approach to someone in line with what is finding the most success in America so far. Luxo just getting that door dropped and clearing some util.
Back to a bit of that slow, Loud pace right now. Working the mid links, breaking the doors, threatening different sides of the map.
Wilder trying to trend outward. He just got a little bit too far off the corner. Dangerous now. Relay bolt. No connection. Tickersine also was slowed up here, but Shy will wait inside the cyber cage, play off these trips. Luxo threatening to give him the option here, but Shy's too preemptive. He gets ahead of it. There's no chance.
Great decision making from Loud. Airday makes the right call. That time they go towards B. Shy's trips were kill trips on this site, so they know they could just contact all the way through that link, exploit a serious gap in Furia's defense. And it allows for what looked like an effortless round win.
Yeah.
And an extraction of the Artsin Reckoning. That's out the picture.
Shy knew he had to swing his own cage because he wasn't going to get any value. The round was going to be over, and he would still have been sitting in there.
Yeah, you could just see how little Furia expect that timing window to happen where the Loud push would have come in. Koala's just running around out in the open. Has a moment where he's like, oh, shit, I got to get behind this wall. And he couldn't. So... good round from Loud.
Definitely some discomfort for Furia. Getting this map under their belt is taking time. Seems like we'll take more.
Weapon here.
So let's get into the map under their belt and more about staying alive in this series on their opponent's map pick and get us out to Ascent.
Oh, it's so close. Another kind of interesting aspect of Loud's run throughout their stage is that the group that they were in had almost all teams playing off meta. They only had one match against Neon Phoenix. It was against 100 Thieves, which they lost 0-2, and they did lose on Summit in that series. So they don't actually have a lot of match reps against what you would just on paper consider to be the best meta comp right now. It's another test to see how their approach with the double Sentinel will work against the double duelist. Is it going to be the right counter?
Info trip set up here on A for Shy, but Ticketsine's able to get ahead of them for the most part. Very deep actually for the Neon. A little bit befuddled there for a time. Turns on his teammate. Shy is able to pluck Darker out of the mix, but Lucha's going to dive into the smoke, and there's no way you're finding a kill there. That's just ridiculous. Erde does get the res out. Arzine has fallen. This site now belongs to Loud with a player advantage, and Koala awkwardly trying to find his way in with an op. Basic's got the hot hand right now, though.
Com's trying to work the flank. The trip is down. Lucho's down, and he wins that duel. And now Furia have a real chance.
Basic in the smoke, thinking to flash out of it as Tikazine gets off the line. Furia, though, taking their time. I think waiting for Com to begin position. But now the double swing through the smoke comes, and Tigazine's able to find two of them. Com, will he be called upon to salvage yet another round? It's not to be on this occasion. Darker holds his ground.
Loud come in with another cool set execute. That fast lane that goes all the way straight through a yard. Tikazine runs past the breakable wall. They close it behind him, and then he's flanking through cave. It didn't end up mattering, but it could have been the reason Shy got killed on site. More evidence of Loud just cooking things up the last couple weeks. And they play the end of that round well. Just knowing that Basic was out of flashes, post up for them to double swing out the smoke the next time, making it look easy.
We're bouncing back to the B side. Obviously, given the economic situation, there's none of that Cypher util to sort of lean on. There's a slide for Tikazine. Will be denied these sidelines for the time being for this Harbour util. As Davi's already struck here, Arzine is down, and Koala Noob does not fare well in that exchange. Just around the corner here is the Cypher, and Shy is snuffed out then by the Shorty. It should be a matter of course here for Loud. With this, that early round lead for Furia off the pistol will have dissipated.
Tikazine is on fire today. He looks phenomenal. There was no little bit of nerves, but we know the potential he has. Maybe later in the stage he'll look really good. No, he just hit the ground running right away. From 5 months on the Crew Academy, gets called up to Loud. And has been, I think, the critical piece that has turned this team from, maybe middle of the table, a little bit of upset potential, to no, contender to make it to globals in our region.
6 rounds in, Loud are starting to build ahead of steam. The economy is looking extremely robust.
I'm out of here.
Clever little bait there. This time, no early explorer of that A-Link and back out. They simply go up. Good intuition there for Quan, who hit at the timing, but it's the normally supportive Davi that just cuts down their presence here in Link.
I'm honestly stunned. I did not have the words to respond to what I just saw. How the hell does Davi get away with that? It's left Calm isolated on the site, facing down multiple players. Davi is not supposed to be, doesn't really need to be typically the guy on Loud making plays like that happen. But when the individual skill on your team is just that robust, why not? Yep. Furia have the little bait setup, Koala taking contact off the basic flash, and they both go down. Furia need more from their double duelists right now, man. They need Koala and basic to lock in.
You cannot be getting accidentally doubled by your opponent's initiator who's just checking for info and just as surprised as you were to find you on that corner. Davi had no choice but to stand and fight and ended up succeeding, basically handing the round immediately to his team.
Look, it does feel straightforward. You're looking at Furia. Who do you call upon? It is a double duelist. It is Basic and Koala. Basic was the star for this team throughout the play-ins. Even in the regular stage 2 when he was playing the other off agents. But on the Phoenix, it has taken Furia to another level. And then you have Koala Noob picking up the Neon for essentially the first time in his career. Had 40 competitive rounds of it before playing it in the play-ins across his 5-year career. And he started to look good on it. Thrown in the deep end, sink or swim, and he was doing pretty well. That game against G2 especially, right? So we have seen the potential that these two guys have. More than potential, we saw the results, but they have to get in that zone right now because Loud, they're running away with the game.
And like basic, Luxo, I mean, different roles, different jobs, but he's also had this insane breakout stage, right? We saw what Luxo was capable of last year and didn't quite feel like the pieces were there around him. And you could say the same for stage 1, but all of a sudden this guy has gone bonkers. 1.62 is his first kill to first death ratio. He has been constantly, efficiently opening up these sites.
We could give 3 rounds worth of stats to explain why Luxo is dominating this stage. It's just ridiculous. He is leading by a massive margin of average damage per round. He's 25% higher than the next Chambermain. I could give you 20 more stats. It just doesn't matter. The point is, this guy is on a generational run for Chambermains. And in that head-to-head against Furia, yeah, it's basic. It's Luxo, 2 guys from the same graduating class of Brazil that feel destined for greatness. You can picture them lifting trophies. That's where they belong, but only one of them can take this game today, and Basic needs to lock in if he wants it to be him.
Early doors here, Koala Nubri has to hold his ground. Now the Prowess followed in, but Tigazine is brought down. This Nightfall, he doesn't really catch on to anything either, but Dark was able to get into the back of the site. It's still sniffed out by Koala, who adds another kill to the tally.
Out of the timeout, Furia get a much-needed round of stabilization. It's just about closing it out. These gaps toward mid have been exploited before.
Teleport's ready.
And now it is a site flush with all of that Cypher util that will be tested. Furia are sniffing this out as well. They do realize there's a en masse rotation. Look, Show, does he just swing the wall? That is crazy stuff from him. Try to find success over on his B side.
Needed to make a bold play to get Loud back in the round.
30 seconds left.
In a little bit too fast to deny the wall push. Furia needed this one bad.
He's going to walk straight into Shy's sideline here.
Their economy was hanging in the balance there. Multiple players bought down to 0.
And this is all well and good from Furia to win a round like this. They are reminding themselves, I'm sure, that Loud are playing a double Sentinel composition. And on this attack side, they've been able to find a fair bit of success early on. This Sage Chamber doesn't get any easier to play into.
That goes there.
That was Loud going for another set exec, by the way. That time with the crazy Omen teleport play, which are always cute and fun, but that's sometimes a little bit too overcooked.
Let's listen into Loud here as they're trying to get back out in the lead.
Ó, tá no bomb. Mano, eu vou apontar.
Mano, eu quero fazer o pathing pro bomb. Faz essa bang assim do Dark no Exec.
Tá.
Deixa ele pegar.
Podem em contato sem mim ou não?
Sim, a gente pode.
Mano, eu não quero contato.
Bomb?
Mano, eu fecho o ponto e bango,
Calma,
ok?
espera. Deixa eu dar contato do bomb.
Tá.
Crava aqui pra mim.
Tô gravando.
Dá uma graca.
Tá cego. Acho que saiu o link.
¿Qué aneo? No saiu. Vai sair agora, Neon.
Tô apontando.
Bomb é neon de ult.
Tô cego.
Link saiu.
Saiu o link.
Na frente do link.
Antônio.
Mais um link.
CT Harbor. 2 CT. Harbor e Neon.
Não tá bomb, eu acho.
Não tá bomb.
Tá bom.
Só espera, guys. Freeza. Eles estão... Eles sei que estão em choque.
Tá. Vocês botem assim, tá bom. Espera, vou spotar assim.
Vou com
Cuidado do
você.
link agora, acabou a smoke.
Tá, vou com você.
Espera. Abrir.
40, boa.
Não
Pode
tem.
estar link, cuidado à esquerda.
Spike down A.
Pode estar costas.
30 seconds left.
Davi! Caralho!
Mano, Davi, tá jogando muito bem.
We kind of mentioned that maybe Davi doesn't normally have to step up and take these rounds over, but I'm sure Loud are very happy that that's an option they can reach for in times like that.
And one of the areas of his game where I was impressed during the stage, he pulled off some really nice clutches. 1v3 that stands in my mind, and a 1v1 against Shy, one of the other statistical best clutchers in the league. There are a bunch of them in this server. To pull that off is massive for Davi. Loud make a couple great calls in that round, realizing they could contact in, and then calling the freeze later in the round to catch the picks. This is important for Furia. The economy is back down low. They have the Reckoning and then Nightfall to play with. This has to be a conversion. Oh, but that's
so much for the Reckoning.
Yeah, that is off the table.
And that leaves Shy responsible for that entirety of the B side. And now they're getting dug out everywhere else. All of a sudden, it's a myriad of options that have opened up for Loud. Both players pushing off that A extremity have been down, and Loud are still committed to this B finish.
It's time for Shy and Basic to get out of here. Time to just save these guns if they can.
Yep. That felt like an inflection point that might mean more than just a round. Those 3 kills.
Still, this mid-link part of the map, Loud are exploiting. How many rounds have they been able to just walk through there? Oh, wait.
Okay, this now starts to swing back a little bit, but Neural Theft is going to have a lot of firepower backing it up. Furia have 2 to work with. They've got a decent read on this, but Shy and Basic are virtually going to have to try and double swing these angles constantly. Basic doesn't know where to be looking. Wasn't sure about where Davi would be set up now and knows he's on our timer. 6 rounds come up here for Loud. It's an ugly economic situation for Furia.
They have a guy just full, you know, having to jiggle peek that B link side. Shy keeps putting the trips more so like kill trips around main. The camera who's placing was further back. So they feel like they need to do something to get some info there. Make sure they're aware if Loud are pushing down, but taking a peek like that is so easy to exploit for that attack side chamber op.
Fury have looked decent. Wyatt, when they're fighting for that space, I like their A Garden refight protocol that looked really solid. But when they're trying to push off these extremities and get into the map, they're just being weighted on and cut down. Loud are just holding those lines. Dark are getting double kills. Like, that should not be allowed to happen. And the fact that Luke Show is just pushing up with this op. Insane.
Basic has been sick with the Sheriff in his hands. Like across that play and run, he had a ton of eco rounds where he's just, you know, at least going 1 for 1, if not getting a couple kills, bringing his team back in the round somehow. But he won't have a real opportunity to make use of it here. Calm with the weakest weapon of them all. The one being pushed by Tikazine.
Tikazine playing ahead of that little orb there. As around the corner comes Tikazine. He's cut down. Wall's going to be set up now, and Darker takes the fight gladly. Nightfall connects, sure, but all the resistance over at the B side for the defenders has been neutralized, and Luke shows up on the line. Flash comes through, but now Basic has to rack his brains. Figure out how to turn this rifle into a round win, and it is looking dire. Shy is not in a position to really assist right now. The wall is going to make it hard for him to get into B via that route anyway.
Basic a little bit scared of the peak. Knows that, if he drops down, someone could just be staring right at him. Loud. A little safer. Posted up on the site.
They're containing for exits at this point. There's just no way forward.
You know, at least for Basic, he would love to just go 1 for 1 and get the ult.
Yep. Well, we'll have that for the next round, Wyatt, but that would already mean 7 rounds to Loud's double Sentinel attack side. You can't be feeling confident.
And what a stark contrast to Haven in the calling from Air Day. They flatten Furia on Haven attack with just constant big set execs, tons of pace with the double duelist, tearing the anchors apart. Now we go over to their summit attack, and they are just exposing the holes in the defense, contacting around the map, finding the gaps.
So many of these tight corners, right? You just know you can walk into so many setups. Loud have instead opted to be a bit more cautious, always working the map from the middle outward. Much like this. Artisine sees enough. We'll be able to slow things down. The Cove comes up, but ahead of it is Tikazine, and he still wants a bit of this action over at Garden. On the other side of the wall, Artisine just waits, and he gets cut down. Odo didn't need to see him to know he was there, and all of a sudden, we're cooked.
Now we get a little bit of both. That's what I was talking about, the pace and the contact to get a bit of space. Just working up into the A-side connector. the second there's a bit of contact, look at the way that they just pounce as a team with all of the utility, the speed. There is not a millisecond of hesitation. Right away, you have the stun, the wall goes down. Tikazine is in there with the fast lane. Prowler to clear right. They get the free kill on Arts. It's just, everything is sequenced out perfectly. Loud have come into this playoffs looking like a serious threat. You know, beyond just a contender to make it to Sao Paulo. They look like a team that can make it to champs, man.
I mean, Romanelli has shored up all of the sort of question marks, the things that are, we're not, overwhelmingly impressive about them. This map pool as well doesn't look amazing on paper for either of these teams. Coming into this, we definitely expected Haven to go differently. Haven and Summer being picked up. These two teams are going after each other's bad maps, but unfortunately for Furia, their information is a little outdated. Because this team does not look like the team we saw at the end of Stage 2.
And that just is really that difference in Loud having the time off versus Furia, who made the right adjustments, ironed out the roles going into play-ins, found the success there to make it to the playoffs. But they showed their hand. Everything that they had, it has been revealed.
And I wanted to talk about which form of preparation was better, right? Just being well rested and having had an opportunity to watch play-ins or to be a part of them, to have that pressure on you and to prevail. Because, let's be clear, Furia prevailed through play-ins, showed us some incredible games, including a win over G2. That is ridiculous. But here, you see there's levels to this. Loud have made great use, even invisibly, of that time. And this doesn't even look like two teams that are on even footing anymore.
It really was a valid question coming into this. Will the Furia momentum best an iced out Loud, who it's not like they're coming off a knockout stage 5-0. No, they had to scrap to get in here. But they have evolved with the time off. And today, the player form is ridiculous. We have gotten, clips for the montage from all 5 of them.
And Furia's nightmare feels like it's only just beginning. Obviously knocked down to the lower bracket here with their chances of being at Sao Paulo on the line. Loud go up against NRG, and that game is for playoffs. It is for Sao Paulo. A chance to get back in front of a home crowd and rewrite that painful loss of 2023 for the organization, where Fnatic beat them in that final.
And the loser of this game, by the way, lower bracket and G2, a hungry G2 that Baby said is fighting to not just get to champions through points, but no, they want to win again. Do you really want to go up against them again? If you're Furia, that is a further nightmare. Artson's trying to shut them down on this. Execom is just overwhelmed by utility, has no chance.
Tikazine was deafened. Looked like he would have struggled to find success in that position. Basic does have his ult knocked back though, and it's a player advantage here for Furia. And Loud, for all intents and purposes, is still back by the starters line on this A side. The Haunt coming back up for Davi, though, could be instrumental in this last round of the half. Fury need to give themselves a staging ground against the double Sentinel defense they'll be facing. 4 rounds is bare bloody minimum.
This delay is ridiculous with all the smokes. Yeah, those guys are fried. The wall, into the cove. As the time ticks down, they just have to go. Furia able to get a last-second round on the board, but much like Haven, it's an uphill battle in the second half. And this time, there's no second chances. It's Loud on the precipice of taking their own map pick, perhaps in dominant fashion again, and making a statement, trying to work through that upper bracket.
And it's taken Furia a while to adjust to the fact that Loud are really downscaling their tempo, playing a much slower, more methodical map here on Summit. Loud are 4 rounds to the good, moving to the defense side with their Chamber and Sage setup. Can Furia fight back and make a series of this? Only one way to find out.
for players, life can change from one day to another. And TKZin, that was your case in the past couple of months. So much has happened in your life. Have you had the time to stop and realize everything that has happened?
I don't think it has hit me yet, so I just work on myself every day and try to be the best, and that's it.
You have been probably the best, so best of luck.
Thank you.
Loud are your 2022 World Champions. But since then, their best result, and the only one that was notable, was that second place finish in Sao Paulo in 2023. Having a chance as the org to send your badge back to that place, to try and redeem yourself, and to take your first Americas title, and guarantee passage to Champions, is an offer that seems too good for Loud to turn down.
This time sending them back to Sao Paulo with the next generation of Brazilian players represented by Luxo. On that opposite side, though, it is Basic, who was that furious six-man waiting to get his visa on the bench for a year, finally able to play. He has impressed everyone, but he needs to kick it into high gear on the second half to bring Furia back into the game. It's a great way to open it up.
An important fight for Basic to win there, but TKZin takes his pound of flesh before he realizes the train is headed over towards the A side. A lot of pressure on Ode here. Solo player at this site. Needs to look to play his life and slow things down, but here comes TKZin. Threatens to emerge now and back him up. Maybe Furia are headed elsewhere. Still onto the A side, but through the safer route. The back of the L. And Kawanu getting to knock 2 down is huge. He has woken up here.
Furia had needed those two to dial it in. Finally a round where they completely take over. Basic finding that opening. And then the two of them make the adjustment, forced to pivot through the site because of the slow orb from Airday, but doubled up. They connect all of the shots. Basic has been so pivotal to boosting up that pistol round win stat for Furia. He is sick on these rounds with the Ghost.
Shaw looked like he was in physical pain on Haven. Some of those close rounds just not going his way. It felt like that happened over and over again. Artazine ends that first half with a 4K and then ends the pistol round to give Furia both on Summit. Now they must convert into a lead.
Unbelievable. Luxo is just too good.
Need I remind you, the second round of the second half on Haven, Loud, with no investment, did something just like this. A multiplayer stack, and they converted it into an insane thrifty round win. Unfortunately, their 4 hamsters in a trench coat strat is going to work on the B side because all of Furia have headed to this A.
Yeah, it feels like Furia know just spotting out Luxo there that it's way more likely the Chamber's going to be on that light side of the map. So
dangerous.
Free exec. Shy is getting caught though.
Okay, gives over a free Sheriff. Still, Furia can get entrenched here.
It feels a bit unnecessary to be pushed up that far.
They can play behind some of this Artazine util. Loud set up for a flood from an angle that might be unexpected. Artazine, though, is set up beautifully for this until the smoke comes in.
Couple good util pieces as well. Oh, it's
nice
a great
blind.
counter util, but TKZin can get in with the stun. He's got the fast lane. Devi has a haunt that can be thrown out. They need to pick up the pace, though. Yeah, that time is getting dangerously low.
And Basic just getting off the line here, just knowing he has to try and stall, stop a defuse, but this could be a bit of a problem. Basic out in the open, does get the spike diffuser. That one kill saves the round for Furia. It's costly, though.
They needed that round pretty badly, but 5 players down? Man, they did not need to be dropping like that. It feels like, yeah, this first one, you're playing against, you know, one of the GOATs of the next generation.
He's mad.
So, you know, that's all right. You can give that one up.
Pretty overstimulating moment there for Basic, but he did his job. Com's like, bro, I'm glad you sold it because I sure as hell did. It's all right, man. Part of getting old. Round 15. 2 rounds in the game. Loud now have that bye, whereas Fury's economy is a bit disrupted after what just happened. A golden chance for Loud to get back to winning ways here on Summit.
Loud have struggled on the anti-bonus rounds, a weak area of their game, and Basic with the run it back early gets that opener.
Big value, but Tikazin has been able to find a genuine kill on Koala Noob, and now wants to try and fight through this side. Prowler comes at him though, and Artisan's found another. Set up in a pretty problematic spot for Loud out there at Garden.
Spike planted.
Fury get their spike plant down. It's Erde trying to sleuth the way in, but they've done nothing about the position of the harbor. Artisan's frying them.
You can just feel the impact of that harbor utility from the Loud player point of views. Being stalled out by the wall. Cove just being cycled in. Round's not even done. I can hear Koala Noob on stage
just popping
going
off.
Crazy.
We might be headed towards Loud timeout territory here. Probably a couple of questions about this sort of mid to late round fizzle out.
This is the first time in the entire series where there has been any amount of pressure on Loud. How do they handle that? They've been playing from only the position of control. And now it's about not letting it slip away against Infuria that are starting to feel emboldened, starting to feel that hype.
Artisan scooping up a bunch of kills there just from the box over a Garden. But he's been doing that for the last couple of rounds. Doesn't seem like there's a plug-and-play answer from Loud to deal with that.
Marshals, but more notably the hero rifle from Luke Show in main. Broken for him, but the flash is good to force him away.
Furia util use in these early attack side rounds has been pretty critical, but the hang on. Shy brought down by the Marshal.
They've got the 2-man op set up, just the double Marshal for the one shot.
Yeah, I looked earlier, I'm like, did he take damage earlier? No, just got lined up by both Tikazin and Davi. Around the world we go here. This is a pretty intuitive call from Furia. They lose a player on the A side of the map and they expect to rotate to accommodate.
Luke Show's got a sense for it though. The rifle has moved towards the A side. How much impact can he find?
Again, if you get Fury though entrenched in Garden.
If they all come out of main, Darker could paranoia the whole team, and we have seen how dangerous the buff bandit has been this stage.
Oh, look at the timing. Oh, wow, Luke Show's just trying to peer on him. A Koala Noob somehow has the sixth sense just to swing that.
He just spun on him. That was crazy. And now Furia.
I don't know how Koala Noob won that.
That's wild. But they have a moment to relax here. Just set up together. They can hold some of these deep angles. The weapons are way stronger.
Darker still has that paranoia. He's sitting on that to try and make a retake. It'll be about now, if ever. You can hear those marshals ringing out. Koala Noob is eventually felled, but the damage is well and truly done. And now we have ourselves an even game. Furia have started to put it together. Well, Luke Show was a man set up to do damage in that round with the hero rifle, but never had a chance to make his case.
Now we're going to find out if Loud continue to show cracks and be exposed as the pressure is setting in on them. It felt like the Furia lose the first map but win the next two storyline might have been coming to an end today. The way that Haven went, how one-sided it was. But now it's coming right back to top of mind. Every game in play-ins, they lost the first map and won the next two. That is resilience.
We kind of talked about, Luke Show on this Loud team and how feels like it took a while for him to really get to express himself, had the right players around him. Could say the same for Basic, who was sat on the bench for a year. Had to deal with visa issues. When all of the Fury fans were saying, could you just put this guy in? Get this guy in the game. And that patience for the fans has been rewarded, and maybe for Basic too, because it took a while for him to find his footing. He's asking to play Breach of all things here in Americas. But on the Phoenix has been instrumental, integral to Furia's progress so far, and the fact that they're even still here in this playoff run.
don't forget, those are two guys that came up at the same time as the other players that you would put in the next generation of Brazil, alongside Sato, alongside Spike. And you know these two guys are quality enough players to lift trophies, to be on top tier teams. And for different reasons, yeah, it took both of them a while to get to this position. But either of them have the opportunity to still make it to Sao Paulo, play in front of that home crowd, and beyond it, qualify for champions. It'll be the first time for either of them.
Much in the same vein as Loud. On their attack side, Furia are playing these early rounds slowly and diligently. Smokey might just be disrespected, or at least Com wants info around that bend inside A. Tigazine this time starts the round off well. It's Kowalnoob. Often the problem for Loud is already brought down, but Arzine simply steps up where he was sat down. And once again, you got the chamber, or rather the harbor set up inside Garden and a post plant that Loud have to fight into with a player disadvantage.
Ere winning to play off of that haunt, but it's broken immediately. Info on Shy is gained, but the Reckoning has to be the nail in the coffin on this round.
There's just nothing to do here.
That absolutely activates the save. No other option, especially Luke shows with the op. Loud have to play for next.
Challenging really Loud with these double sentinels just aren't actually able to get set up on these sites. Being forced off by a Prowler first, then the Reckoning. You can see where the defense side players ended up falling. They are set up, they are waiting. There's just nowhere to hold that site safely from.
Yeah, Furia are doing a good job, and around like that, just working around a lot of the potential Sentinel util by getting all that space up through the mid to A link, pinching onto the site. I want to see this Artson point of view. How the hell does he just kill both players? Looked like they were double face on him. Yeah, they were. Oh my god, that's nasty. That is crazy.
And I think back to Kowalnoob a couple of rounds ago, managing to get the frag on Luke Show, just uncannily flicking towards the left. The situation like that, it's the individuals that are giving you the staging ground as Furia to make a proper series of this.
Man, different map, but I remember earlier in this year, Artson was making some plays on Harbor that had people questioning his ability to be on the agent, but he's showing out right now.
Loud here just hoping that the timing on the stall util lines up with the actual intent of Furia.
Both Sentinels on this B site. Can the AWP get any value for Lucho? He is overwhelmed by so much utility. Look at his, look at what he's looking at.
Yeah, re-swing these high tide. Hope that he gets enough. Oh, what a swing out there. That is audacious, and that has slowed things down. Again, Kowalnoob, the first casualty of the round. The last round was Arzine and stood up. Who will it be this time? Basic for Furia.
Oh, and he's able to tuck away before being traded. Let's see if Tigazine can try to open this site up with a fast lane and the overdrive. Where do Loud want to maneuver from? They want to pounce on Com. The paranoia is excellent.
Tigazine, though, has the right idea now with the overdrive into the side. He just wants to fight for this space, but Shy takes him down to the 1v1. Loud fighting and losing so much blood for every inch of ground they take. Finally a round win in the works. Yes! To the hands of Davi. And it's very, very costly.
Feels like they're able to win here in a situation where they get a lot of their util online. They're able to sequence it out. That is the top of, you know, the list as to what we've seen from quality of play in Loud. We saw it a ton on Haven when they started playing for some of those retakes, just being posted up or playing for the Floods. But like right here, just knowing exactly what they want to do, the timing on the paranoia goes down drop. Tigazine gets in with the overdrive. The haunt gets the ping at the same time on the opposite side of the site. Like everything there is working well for them. The struggles have been when they're trying to anchor these sites and they're being just ran over by the double duelists.
Is it like Lucho peeking back in past that high tide wall to get a frag with the op is massive. That's just intuition.
The audacity continues, just a re-swing right after the flash. And the point man is down for Furia.
Blaze Wall necessitates that exchange of util for Erde. All the lanes are covered right now for the defenders. Wall at B link. They've got coverage on A link with the fade. but they're not pushing off their lines. Is this util going to be enough? What does the timing look like in Prowlers here over towards A-Link? It's a Nightfall drawn out.
They want to draw that attention towards A and time it off the wall breaking to get into this B side exec. Luxo lying away with the operator. That's going to be dangerous, and Erde does have a slow to stall them out.
Com walked into that Nightfall to try and sell it more. And so Furia is set up for this B side. Run out of time, and so their options are going to be limited. And a lot stands on Luxo's stopping power. Take contact around the corner and BAM! 2 massive kills for Luxo. That's going to knock the wind out your sails even on your best days. Nasty ace! Absolutely diabolical from Luxo. And it feels like we were waiting with bated breath to see him take the game over. 17-10 with a filthy showing in that ace.
Waiting for him to take over and knowing it's just an inevitability. The Luxo chamber in this second stage has been on a totally different level. A statistical outlier within this stage, a statistical outlier as a chamber all time. You are putting up what he is doing right now. The numbers are comparable to like the greatest performances we've seen from the best chambers in history. It's like comparable to the best tournaments from EA. That's where he's at right now. And that is not just a fictitious, that is not something I'm throwing out there. That is a fact. It is crazy what he is able to do right now. Now he continues through the playoffs, man. Insane. Look at this from Koala, though, opening up the site.
Darvy's such stabilizing presence, though. He's in a dangerous spot here, Wyatt, but wants to deny this position away from the attackers for as long as humanly possible. Stalling out, buying time, throwing these Prowlers and keeping Artisan and Basic busy. Basic likes being busy, though. He's at his best there, but his wide swing from Darby and 4 kills for him on the round just quietly is going to get loud within striking distance of a series win.
So much faster to flood into that site, support the anchoring players. That ace feels like it changed the game. It feels like that has genuinely ended the Furia momentum, and now losing the subsequent round. It feels like they're in danger of never coming back. Loud on pace for the 2-0, on pace to make it into that upper semi.
This time, Furia with their eyes on that A side. They've got no mid, no link presence. It's giving a full bum rush here into Garden, and away they go. Basic to lead the charge. Paranoia comes in, but Koala Noob is unperturbed. He's on the side. Now going to put pressure on, but Dark is ready for him. Tiggersy knows he's going to get pressed on this right side, but he's got the Odin trained in the right place, and Basic is knocked back to start. Spikes out in the open over towards that A side, and Shy and Basic simply have to dive into the breach.
It feels like Furia are running out of steam unless they can clutch up, and they can't. Just 5 players trying to get out of main against the Odin, against the double Sentinel. Furia are 1 round away from being sent to the lower bracket on a 3-match win streak. Proved a lot of the doubters wrong in the play-ins run to get here. But they are confronting a Loud team that has just transformed over the last couple weeks of time off. They look incredible today.
Cage triggered.
Oh.
I must wait a moment.
Fury just don't really hedge their bets in that previous round. They go for that fast A play. And so with that strap being knocked down, that's going to feel demoralizing.
It's just
got to feel like you're out of options.
Such a risk. You don't know which site you're going to hit in terms of the Sentinels. And now with the Odin that Tiggersy has, even more frustrating. Furia need to work to some of the ults on this round. Look at Artsin and Com, 1 away from a Nightfall or a Reckoning. Desperately needed to stay in the game.
Furia are working the map, try and tease some of this util out, but they're not going to be aware of this triple player stack over towards Elbow. And that's Filth. Darby able to find Basic, and it's only Artisan left. That mid-presence for Furia basically neutralized.
And now Darker, Davi just happy to give that space back up. Group up with the rest of the team, 4-on-3. Play for a retake, play to trade things out. But the risk they're taking by playing this more passively is that, well, I mean, we've gone into a weird setup. I was going to say there's potential for Artsin to get the Reckoning, but Calm gets the plant, already had the Nightfall. Still, if Artson finds a kill, he could get it late. This minimap is bizarre.
Yeah. Nightfall, respected. This, though, costs you a little bit of time. Artezine is timed up here to show his back to Luxio as he tries to cross to A to help out. Luxio so patient, in no hurry, despite this level of time pressure. Off we go, Artezine able to hold and find Darker on the line. Is Luxio waiting for him? And now it's on Calm, desperate to find his way back to another Champions. It's not to be. Furia fought through 9 play-in maps to reach this stage, and Loud send him downstairs in 2. There's levels to this, and Loud came prepared after 18 days. They're looking fresh, they're looking fly. They're looking here to dazzle us in our playoffs.
And if you're waiting a bit deeper in the bracket and you just witnessed this game, saw what Loud are capable of, you should be sweating. They have come out of that little break with a number of great little set exec strats that Furia had no answers for. Beyond that, the individual play today was out of control. On map 2, we got a disgusting Luxio ace, but Davy still had the most kills. Davy had the most kills with 21 and 9, a guy who's usually just a great supportive setup initiator for this team, and he was showing out today as well. Everyone had their highlight reel moments. Can make a 5-minute frag movie of that game for Loud.
And it's an embarrassment of riches for this team, but it's also a prophecy that was promised. A new generation to lead South America, to show exactly what the region was capable of and to shine a light on these talents rising up through the ranks.
That's Erde leading the team from the LEV Academy against a Champions winner mid-round caller, against other players who have participated at multiple Champions. Tikizine's first stage out of the Crew Academy, and he is besting duelists like Koala Noob who have been grinding for 5 years to get to this point. It took Tikizine 5 months on Crew Academy to be called up and is on the verge of playing in front of his home crowd at the stage finals. And beyond that, making Champions.
One thing's for sure, White, the kids are all right, especially where Loud is concerned. This puts EG now towards that lower bracket, and Fury down towards that lower bracket, where EG and G2 are waiting. But for Loud, one more win, one more game. They're off to Brazil. For the Org, a chance to redeem the name, redeem the badge, find success in front of home fans, but also more importantly, that run back towards the Champions. 2022 is a long time ago. They've got a lot, though, to do from here on out.
We have been waiting to see Luxio in a position like this since he debuted last year. The talent has never been a question. He has never slipped up. He's never had a bad stage. Right now, he's having his best one yet. And it might be the first time that we get to see him go deep on a playoff run.
Far from over, though, are things for Fury. They fought through play-ins and they can find success and survival here in playoffs. We're going to head down to Dryad on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with Dami and Romilly.
Thank you guys so much. Loud are back and they're scarier than ever. I'm here with Davy and Coach Romilly to talk a little bit about the win today. Davy, first of all, you have such a unique journey compared to everybody else. You're one of our imports from EMEA. You came here to Americas. You're playing for a Brazilian organization. Is this something that ever crossed your mind was going to be the path you were going to take?
It didn't cross my mind, but it's a dream that come true. Playing for this big org with these big players.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have looked incredible. Romilly, the team was already fast, but you guys are really just running it down now. What happened in the past 18 days that you had to prep to make sure that you were in your A form going into potentially Sao Paulo?
It was mostly like a lot of talks about our play style, how we want to play. It was mostly that, you know. And I'm really glad that we have the time to prepare and to show like this in our first series. I'm really happy for the boys.
Yeah, for sure. And going back to you, Davy, you have been incredible when it comes to supporting these guys that are bringing such a fast pace. Does this come natural to you, or was this sort of the adaptation process that you had to take, learning how the playstyle was going to be?
I mean, supporting comes naturally to me, but individually I was not doing much, and I was working these last weeks on myself, and yeah.
And I also want to know your thoughts for both of you on the next opponent. You have Energy coming next. That is for the spot in the Sao Paulo finals weekend. Romilly, what is it going to take to win against Energy?
Just believe in our work and just that. We have like a really good players. I think our macro today was really solid. If we can keep that tomorrow, I think we can win.
What about you, Davi?
I think we can beat everyone. Just need to be on a good day and play our game.
I mean, today was an incredible day. Thank you so much, Davi. Thank you so much, Manili. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, we have LEV against MIBR.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good!
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
I'm here in the Brazil booth with one of the Brazilian talents, Milau. Milau, how exciting is it that we're going to have the final weekend in Sao Paulo?
Wow, it's amazing. It's been so long. The last time was lock-in, and always the best, having everyone from outside there. It's amazing. It's going to be fun.
Anything you recommend us to get?
Yes, the Paulista, the hot dog from São Paulo. It's the best, with mashed potatoes, corn, and all that. It's amazing.
Okay, I will be trying that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would be nice playing against Leviatán again. We played against each other 3 times this year, 2 in the stage and 1 EWC.
He's trying to clean it up and he does it! He gets the no scope, a little bit more time, goes for it! He hits it! Unreal!
Literally all 5 players of the MIBR, whoever I think they can pop off in the match. I played with 3 of them in that team, Aspas, Tex, and Messina. They're all mechanically insane, they're talented players. You can see Verna who pops off many times. Yahoo! Now with the Yahoo, I think it's so funny. I think MIBR definitely improved, but I can say the same about every team in playoffs. Everyone has improved, so have we. I think it's just gonna be a banger match. I think both teams are in their best moment. So it's definitely gonna be fun playing against them.
Welcome back to the Stage 2 playoffs and our second match of the day is Leviatán versus MIBR. So here, back on the desk, joined by Bren and our special guest, Glyph. We just got treated to a great first match. Lau took that convincingly, moving on in the upper bracket. And this next matchup, this is a familiar one this year. They've already faced 4 times in this stage, and Leviatán currently has the upper hand of the two. How do you feel like they're stacking up, Glyph?
I mean, I think it's going to be a very competitive matchup. I mean, both the teams, I think there's a little bit of copying going on from MIBR and their compositions a little bit, but besides that, I think it's going to be a really competitive game. It's a roster, both rosters filled with a bunch of individually talented people, so I think that whoever just shows up on the day will be probably the winner here for me.
Yeah, I just love as well the storylines and narratives we got coming into this as well. You have MIBR as a team that were essentially purpose-built to lift trophies, right? And they haven't even been able to really scratch close to that in terms of qualification. They go up against this LEV team that, you know, had the same objectives, but we weren't really talking about them being super teams. It was more just the respective ceiling of this squad was the sky's the limit, I think, is how we were talking about Leviatán at the beginning of the year, because they had so much young talent coming in. But now you're seeing this clash once more. LEV have already achieved some of their goals. They've already lifted a trophy, and MIBR have still yet to do it. So you get this interesting dichotomy, I think, between these two squads here, where one of them is you know, still trying to go a little bit further and stop one of the squads that is really just achieving their dreams and more.
And there you see the match history from them. Last time they faced off against each other was, of course, in week 4, and that was a rather convincing 2-0 victory there for Leviatán. But I feel like you can say that about most teams that face off against Leviatán, which have just been on a roll ever since they lifted that trophy. How have they not skipped a beat?
I mean, I think that we talk about them just having like 3 rookies, I think. I mean, Sala doesn't really count as a rookie, that was last year, but I think that a lot of their talent is just top notch, to be honest, and that they've developed incredibly throughout the year when it comes to gaining their confidence and finding their form. So for me, it's just the fact that all of them kind of have their own individual play style and individuality they're able to express in the game is very important to them as a team. And I think Owner and King have done a great job at being able to let their individuals shine, especially their young talent.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a good reason why so many other teams are taking a few pages out of their playbook. Now, for more on this matchup, let's send it over to Dryad and hear from Mazzino.
MIBR is 2 games away from making it to the Sao Paulo weekend finals. And Mazzino, what is going to happen this time around, or what is the difference between last time you faced LEV versus this time?
I think the main difference is we're going to be more drunk than the other day.
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
I mean, if that's what it takes, a little bit of liquid courage to get it over the line in a given day.
I mean, that might be what it takes.
What are they doing? Yeah,
I mean, do something.
That's what it takes, I guess, bro. Yeah. That's what it takes. Yeah, I mean, listen, they are. I'm just staring at the screen. I can't even take it all in right now. I feel like
that's all right.
An ant staring at an LED screen.
But here, MIBR will be having their work cut out for them. Leviatán, they've been a trendsetter. They've been riding this momentum, and as we already established, like, they've not let off. Do you feel like they feel forced heading into this to reinvent themselves a little bit? Do you feel like maybe this is the time where they have to step it up and do something else to have an element of surprise to them as well?
I think there's definitely a bit of pressure on. Not on LEV, I'd say. I'd say it's more so on MIBR. I mean,
okay.
But for them, I think it's something that they'll embrace and actually treat very well. I think there's a lot of times that they've played them and they've lost, so I think for them it's more of like a grudge, you know? They need to show something different. They need to do a lot better than they've played before, and for them, this is a game that they want to prove to themselves that they're better, that they can win, that they are just as good as this team, if not better. So for me, I think there's definitely more of pressure on MIBR as the super team to prove their worth.
Right, right. How do you feel about this one, just from an emotional side, Brent?
I mean, LEV, when I see this team operate, it's almost like they've got the confidence of youth when they haven't known failure yet. They don't know this. They don't know what it's like to be disappointed yet.
Yeah, unrelatable.
Listen, and it's just the result of this roster being put together, and they have just hit their stride almost immediately. They had a slow beginning and kickoff, but that was because they couldn't quite get everybody in time. They had to wait until players were eligible. But as soon as they started off on the right foot, they immediately attend their first event with the opportunity to do so, and they lift the trophy at it. They have done no wrong. They have seen no wrong, really. So they're going against a team where MIBR, they have their own failures, right? They failed to qualify for events this entire year. They have experienced players from top to bottom that have known what it's like to reach the peak, what it's like to be at the bottom, at the trough. So I think that's the difference between these two squads. LEV have definitely been smacked down to earth occasionally, but it's not for long. They've always taken flight. They've always been able to just soar and go from that strength to strength. They've done a fantastic job this year. That's the difficulty. Can you make this squad bleed when there's these young players don't even know what it's like? Like, that's the question.
So what I'm hearing from you is LEV needs to be humbled.
I mean, maybe sometimes it's good to be humble. Sometimes it's good to lose a little bit. But I mean, they lifted a trophy without being humbled. You know, like they're just going to keep this stride going. A team like G2, I think they needed to be humbled. They needed to know what was missing for them to be able to lift a trophy. LEV, they just skipped all over that. They skipped that arc, that narrative, that little training.
Skipped the losing is learning part.
They skipped all of that. They just found straight success, and they've been running with it since. And that's even more difficult to take down, I think, because this is a team that, like, listen, they don't know what it's like to doubt. When I'm watching each individual player in a clutch, it's almost like they know the steps they need to take to win it, and it's almost like you can tell from the way that they play, they know they're going to win it. That's scary when I see LEV. That is pure fear in my heart as someone who is like only 8 years older than them, but that's more than enough for esports years. Like that's what I'm saying with a squad.
Right on. Well, things have changed, obviously. There are a few weeks since the last time these two teams have met. And of course, also, we already discussed the map pool changes. Will it be an issue for either of those teams? Let's hear it from IGL King.
Going to stage 2 playoffs, we have a new map, we have Abyss coming back, and we have a Breeze that we had to say goodbye to. And King, I'm adding everything together. You guys were permabanning Breeze, you had some time to prep as well, and you are incredible when it comes down to these new maps coming up. So how do you feel about your map pool and the current state of LEV with these changes?
I mean, honestly, we're very happy that Breeze South, the map is kind of sharp. So yeah, I mean, we've been very good at adapting, even we won Masters with Breeze in the map pool. So with that one out, we're just very happy overall.
Well, anything you can tell us about Abyss?
Nada. Nothing. None. Zero. Maybe a duelist and a smoker over there, an initiator and a sentinel.
You might be changing the game with that one.
At this point, he's in our heads. We appreciate the insight, though. We really do. Now, Leviatán, we talked about them defining the meta time and time again already this stage, or rather on this desk. We talked about them defining the meta in this stage. There we go, got there eventually. Yeah, and I think a lot of that has, of course, to do with Sato and the way he's been playing on that Phoenix. You faced off against Sato and that Phoenix. How did that feel? How did that feel on the other side?
It's definitely a bit overwhelming. I mean, his presence across the map is very... He has a lot of pressure, honestly. He's a very confident player, and I think you see it in the synergy between him and Spike, that this confidence that they have from just not knowing losing has no hesitation in his gameplay. And so just the combo between the two of them is very hard to beat. You know, they're doing things super fast, transitioning from fighting this space, then going somewhere else and fighting. And so you're kind of always having to plan or feel out where they're going to be at next, because they're always looking for that proactive decision.
Now, if we're looking how they're stacking up against each other, Zekin and Sato will go at it. I expect a very explosive battle here, Bren.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Zekin as well, I think, I rate Zekin incredibly highly as a player. I think he's fulfilled the role of what's needed as a Phoenix. I would argue that it's not the Phoenix's role to take over in a game, right? And he has been going bar for bar, pound for pound with a player like Sato in that role. He's been putting up the numbers where it's needed. But the issue is that MIBR going up against a Leviatán where on any given day, on any given round, one player can step up and just take over. They have the individuals that are capable of that one. Whereas I'm not saying MIBR are lacking firepower. They've definitely got players that can have those big moments as well. But you just see it so much more often with LEV. I feel like they get pushed into a hard pressed position where it doesn't go right. The round doesn't go their way with their game plan. Yet they still find a way through it through sheer individuality.
Okay, but my counter argument to that is Verno. Verno's clutch potential is actually like unreal. I don't think those numbers don't even seem real at this point. Like he comes through so often, the rest of his team too, but Verno specifically, Liv, is standing out here in this category.
I mean, I've been a victim of it firsthand, of him clutching against me, you know, but I think like him being so flexible as well, I think they had him playing like Sova, Initiator, all these things, and now he's even flexing to being able to play Omen is like very incredible to me that he's able to have this kind of duality or versatility in his play style. And he's having just as much impact, finding just as much pressure, just like the LEV players, that it's really hard to play against.
Yeah, his presence of mind in spots like this, I think he's got a very difficult, tenuous role when he's playing the Omen there, when you are being exec on, when you're playing that defensive position around Pillar. His decision in that clip to just step forwards, in past the wall, it showcases. I think this guy, he's had his mantle kind of freed as well, where he's not IGLing anymore, and now you're just starting to see him just absolutely let loose. You're never going to be missing the firepower. I did say earlier, like, it's hard to compete with them. And Verno has definitely been making a case, I think, for this squad to be able to actually, hold a candle against this Leviatán squad, which historically this year, Leviatán have been the ones winning this one almost thoroughly, so.
I think there's a lot of individuals to look out for in the server on both sides, really. So looking at the predictions, I don't feel like that was that easy, because I feel like he could make an argument for MIBR. Vansili is making an argument for MIBR, but can't defend himself. You want to give it a go? What do you think Vansili sees in MIBR that could give them the edge today?
I think that, I think there's a bit of bias he might have towards a couple players here that he has a lot of hope in, but for me, I think it's a bit hard to favor against LEV. They've just been looking so good all year around. They've been so consistent ever since kickoff, so for me, it's really hard to justify saying that they'll be able to lose here.
People have tried to bring them down. People have tried to anti-strat them on specific maps. It hasn't worked out. People have tried to, go against them. The issue with Leviatán is you are tested in so many ways. One is firepower. You have to be able to beat the players individually. Two, their game plans. You have to be able to play against that. And then the pace of play that they play at is another thing entirely as well. You are tested in so many faculties of the game that it takes a truly, truly world-class caliber team to be able to go toe-to-toe with Leviatán. Do MIBR have it in them? That's what we're here to find out. They definitely were purpose-built with that being the expectations.
We will find out very soon. Our teams are ready, so are we, and you should be too, as we're sending it down to the stage to get this rematch on the way.
Segundo partido y tenemos a los campeones de Master Londres. Make some noise, que se escuche para Leviatán!
It's a Leviatán team that have just been, as we've been saying, we cannot sing their praises enough. They've been going from strength to strength, barely showing any signs of weakness in the process. Individually on each role, these players are just really defining, I think, in Americas as well. There's a reason why most teams have decided to just opt into the Neon Phoenix, because Leviatán are the ones that paved the way to showcase into that comp. It's just so damn flexible. But the way that they play it too is so unlike any other team. I think that it's really only, they get away with so much based on the individuals, based on Neon's Chamber, based on Sadow's Phoenix, based on the Neon play overall as well, and how Spike plays that position. It's really even hard to be in contrast with them, even if you're trying to be copying their roles. That's what I like about MIBR on the other side of things, that they haven't necessarily always been opting into that.
Adversários, make some noise! Façam muito barulho para o MIBR!
It's another team as well, MIBR. This is the question, right, that we've got for this team. They have been purpose-built for greatness, for success. They haven't been able to reach the peaks that they set out for, to attend these international events, but they have an opportunity here. If they can take out Leviatán in this opening matchup, it would pave the way for potentially even more for this team. The things that they set out for, to lift trophies, to attend the top 4, potentially go all the way to Sao Paulo. We know that this team is capable of it. It just depends on whether or not they've got it in them.
MIBR definitely on an upward trajectory though, and individuals, even veteran players such as Aspas, have changed the way they play with this team that they have now. He's able to trust his teammates. He's able to trust second. He can take that second seed. He's not having the same amount of pressure, and they're just playing more free, and you can tell if you're looking at their gameplay here at LEV.
Yeah, I for one copied LEV, and also MIBR is also copying LEV. So for me, a big decider in this game is if they're able to reinvent themselves and take what they've learned from LEV and kind of have their own identity and reinvent themselves completely within the compositions that they've taken from them.
Okay, Abyss is being picked by LEV. That's spicy. Did you expect to see that today,
I definitely did not. Definitely did not expect that, but for me, that makes it so exciting to be able to watch this match. This is going to be one of the first Abysses, I believe, actually, in NA that we're going to be able to see here, so I'm very excited to see what they're going to pull out.
Yeah, as well, just kind of like substituting it out there, Breeze permaban. We were questioning at the beginning of the day, we didn't really know where to stand with it when it comes to the overall map pool for Leviatán, because, just because your permaban's being removed doesn't actually mean that you're going to be good on Abyss. They've opted into it for the opening, right? And not just that, it's that, the archetype of comp that they play, the Neon and the Phoenix, probably isn't the best fit for Abyss. So the question is, what are they going to be running? What roles are they going to be playing too? They're second, late to the party. It's okay. Show up whenever you want, buddy. It's all right.
I think I took a little sneak peek. I think we are going to be seeing Neon and Phoenix here from Leviatán.
Okay. If that is the case, that's insane.
And MIBR, I think when we talked about the new map pool, we talked about seeing Aspas on the Jet here on Abyss. Would you be surprised if we see any changes in our predicted composition?
Definitely not for me. I think that's his tried and true, that is Aspas at the end of the day. You remember him as the star Jet player. Everybody kind of looks up to him on that role. So I'd be more surprised if we saw him off-rolled from Jet on this map specifically than anything else.
It's his playground, really, isn't it, on Abyss? The way that this guy moves around the map is unbelievable. If you put the operator in his hand. Weirdly enough as well, statistically, the beginning of the year when Abyss was in the map pool, it was MIBR. They didn't have a great showcase. I think they only had a 25% win rate on Abyss, which, you know, we think of it being a great map for them. But this is bizarre to me, because when I think of this Neon Phoenix comp, I think Abyss is a massive map. I think you're not going to be able to get the most out of the Neon and the Phoenix. I think the gap that you have to cross and cover is often too much to really get value, but they're still opting into it. They're still trying to get it done. I'm very curious to get into this to see what they've got, and it looks like the double duelist archetype continues on the other side too, with Zekken playing the Phoenix.
What you making of the compositions you're seeing here on the server, Glyph?
Definitely interested to see how this is going to play out. I mean, again, just like Bren, I don't understand or don't quite know or what to expect out of this Neon Phoenix pick on Abyss here, so I'm definitely excited to see what they've cooked up and prepared for Motor.
That's right, we're about to find out. Two juggernauts are ready to face off once again, and we've got Riff and Vincili on the mic for it.
We are headed to the unknown on Abyss, but what we do know here for this first round playoff match is that MIBR came into this season wanting to build an international team. So as they look across the stage at Leviatán, the Masters of London, they are thinking to themselves, how do we get to that stage and how do we crash through that ceiling, that Leviatán in front of us right now?
That's right. For MIBR, it's for Ospas to try to play it back in Sao Paulo. He hasn't touched that stage since lock-in. And for Leviatán, the rookies, the whole roster they built, 3 of them actually never been played in Brazil when they're playing from challengers onto the stage. So it's cool for them, for the road to Brazil, to make it there. But we're starting off on Abyss. I love the compositions for both of these teams. When you look at MIBR, it's focusing on Tex with this Vice. I think that's a hard counter into the Phoenix Neon that Leviatán has pulled over here. That they, by the way, haven't played this map for over 2 years. The last time that they played this on a VCT stage was back in Champs of 2024 in Korea. And also owning on this map. MIBR during kickoff, not looking so good. 1-3 record, into 2026 of kickoff, and they're hoping here that the change with Tex going on device will help out.
Inferno finds one over towards that A side very quick as they back up and set up some defense, watching through Neon and mid here to see if they can catch any transition. And back when we saw Abyss, it was Yoru's and Waylays, right? Sato on that Waylay. Ospas still favoring the Jet, so he's never forgot how to ride that bike. That's a nice shot as well, and Lev have taken not only chip damage, but we saw blows go down just a bit ago.
Seeing how annoying this is going to be for Leviatán to execute on sites, especially with Tex playing on this Vice. In the past here, playing Cypher double trips onto this B side too, but this is very much going to slow down Leviatán on their defaults. They can't explode as fast as they can if they don't know where Tex is being set up at the beginning of these rounds.
Ooh, good fight. Mazzino reading the rotations now, and MIBR very solid here on pistol round. Just to read where Lev is trying to go, what information they're trying to source. And they leave with quite a bit of damage. Another catch and transition here, almost another one. But Sato kills on sight now in the 1v2. This becomes doable, 75 HP, but Ospas is his first challenger, and it's all too much. A defuse comes through. See if they'll wait to pick up a weapon too here. And again, calm, cool, and collected for MIBR and pistol.
Yeah, we have to draw the game plan as well for MIBR. Why are they coming out with this composition? Why stepping away from the KO as well when they were trying to play Abyss in the past? I think you're starting to see like the trend of how good Phoenix could be when you're giving up orb control on the attack side, on the defensive side. This is something that could allow for Zekken to get a lot of early space for MIBR. And this pistol round that was much needed here against the Titans of Leviatán. They were looking like the unstoppable force. This is now the 4th time that these two teams are facing off against each other this year in the VCT stage of the Americas. Leviatán currently leading it. Had a 2-1 scoreline, and MIBR looking to shut it down, looking to even up the score and move forward in the playoffs.
And keep that momentum in the upper bracket. It will be such a confidence builder here for what MIBR want to build. And now they force a fight towards that B side or A side, making sure orb isn't all that easy to get, and there's some chip damage for it too. Zekken pushing out, his life goes, and Mazzino gets one. Actually, Sato goes down. So flip on the other side, really nicely done to force the fact of that orb being picked up.
Yeah, really trying to deny that from Sato at the beginning too. Remember, this is going to be good or for Zekken or for Sato. When you try to pick up the orb on the B side, you could actually watch it down the line from an AWP or a scope or anything like that. So Leviatán just trying to bring the advantages back in their favor by farming as quickly as he can. Sato should have it in the next round.
crazy to think about. And they haven't gotten one. He's still going to be a force on that bonus. And they're just waiting this out, even seeing if they can get information on the other side of the map. 30 seconds, still time to do something, but not all that much when there's also a gun diff on the map. Ospas looking to pick up a few more pips as Tex cleans it up. And I think Lev sees now that these sites are just being fully anchored. MIBR is not running around. They're not searching. Today's business.
Definitely meaning business for MIBR right now. A clean hold, too, to prevent Leviatán from getting any quick control over on the A side and try to get the plant down as well to bring the econ back up for the Leviatán squad. You're starting to see the lean of them a lot here towards the A side because of the setup of Tex over on B. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult and annoying to deal with, especially when you have the utility from Mazzino playing that up with Zekin for stalls. And then if you're trying to default on middle, which would be the responsibility from Neon here, you're facing off against Ospas with the scope.
And Tex was burying Envy last week, so more than happy to hang out on a site alone to anchor, as he was just killing it. Ospas will watch mid here, as it looks like Lev continues to set up just this search towards mid. Neon will take information, not too much space altogether, but just trying to read the plays.
It would be so important right now for MIBR to continue to build that confidence that they could convert this bonus round. But you just saw here Sato picking up the orb and getting the run it back ready. And even the swing from Neon finds all of that timing to drop Ospas and clears up the map for Leviatán to work with.
10 HP to see just how tight the engagements are. And they're going to keep being that way. But yeah, it does look like that crash over towards the A site. And Phoenix works really well in quadrants, and breaking these sites apart with the walls has always been the way in. We'll see how Lev produces that now. Nicely identifying Zekin up towards the heaven. And whoa, Sato's actually just going to creep in. What a smart play. This timing is insane. As they walk away from the run it back. And now they're just going to run right back in. Zekin and the rest of the team able to get these kills. How is the turnaround happening here from Lev, though? They keep pushing towards the back of the site, sourcing all of the members of MIBR.
10 seconds left.
Slowly finding their positioning in the site.
Still lower Neon and King, though. If Tex finds good timing here, it could still make it doable. That's why Sato is just anchored up on that site. Trying to be the first contact watching up towards heaven.
Not going to be the stinger. Sato having that run it back for the bonus round does pay off, and Lev saw the plan all along.
Still like what I saw here from Zekin. Usually when you're looking at the old style of trying to hold on Abyss, when it first came out, you're trying to recon dart on the top, trying to get some spams through the smokes when the exit comes in.
Yeah.
But what you're doing now with the Phoenix is you're just stalling with the hot hands, the blaze wall, and just making sure here that the players in the back of the site could kind of stay alive, block the vision of your attackers, and it allowed MIBR still to rotate quite quickly into the site and to do some good damage onto Leviatán. Although Leviatán stops the bleeding to convert the round, and also a switch up from MIBR on the defense. Up now in the hands of Ospas to look on the top of middle. You'll see this battle come a lot here between Ospas and Neon, who were the last time they went toe-to-toe, trading off 9-9 in duels against each other.
Now they crash in, Spike Zine onto Tex immediately, and that Vice util is going to be out. But the pings are good, the trades are better for Sato and squad on Lev's side, and instantly 2 down for MIBR, and they have to retake with Ospas' op if they even want to get to that side, and they already start to backpedal.
Yeah. That's the responsibility of Ospas, just keeping the watch on to Neon on middle. But so far, if you're looking from this minimap here, Neon likes to do this walk over and just hide in this corner. So trying to stay in range of the TP, hold the off angle to play onto the top to cover up here the link and the rotates. So there's going to be a lot of these learning from your opponents for Ospas round after round just to try to shut down Neon. But the more that you add that threat onto Ospas, the more it allows Leviatán to just go for strong hits here on the A side with a double duelist look.
I mean, it looks like Sato almost just wants to run in there. He's keeping the pace. Oh, no way. He got another one, actually. He's 1 away from ult. Just 2 rounds later. That's insane stuff from Leviatán. And that's Sato getting the crowd going right now.
I mean, with these type of entries, both him and Spike are doing such good damage here on to MIBR. Sato, who's paved the way too into the Phoenix meta into the Americas, where Asuna decide to take over that. And then starts to be the specialist here for the Phoenix in the Americas, but Sato's not too far behind. It shows here through these replays, already one pip away until his next ult, into how devastating he could be when he's on fire with this agent.
And our first time at B here for Leviatán.
Oh!
Nope, we're not looking at that. Close your eyes. Avert your eyes. Still pushing in. Sato takes down Zek and gets him from the last round to this round right away. And now they try to take a few. Look at the crossfires they already have as they creep into the site. Mazzino doesn't even have an angle to look at. And even losing Spike, they're still going to be okay.
Take flight.
This just becomes good read from King so far. And we're talking about, at least for me, saying that Leviatán should slow down the tempo round after round. They just went for 2 strong site hits, even contesting against Tech's utility the previous round on the A site.
Swings, gets a little head punch there as the trade is converted, and Aspas cannot get the op online for more than one there, and Blows takes it out of his hands.
Up and loud for sure is Sato. Again, to stay onto the conversation though of the Phoenix picks too, this is actually a region here that we have in the Americas that picks Phoenix a lot, 41%. While you look at the other region here for EMEA, only 37%, China only 22%, and APAC on 28%, so you're looking at more double initiator, double controller, or double duelist where you're going with the Yoru instead in APAC. But here for the Americas, they want to up the tempo with the flashes that the Phoenix has, the quick ults that you're able to continue to leverage. Remember, Asuna is able to get an ult almost every 3 rounds. Sato already using 2 so far within 6 rounds against MIBR. You see how devastating it could be here on the defense for anybody trying to face off against that.
And they give MIBR another read to look at this time, keeping them guessing. I mean, in the scheme of things, Lev always says that they think they're better against teams because they can switch things up. Well, here, it's a new map for both of them, so every strat feels new, and Sato and squad are going to get a really nice timing in mid here. They'll lose one on the caboose as Neon goes down, but they do take a quite bit of space here as Sato just models Mazzino in the corner. It doesn't end there. A quick flash on Aspas. No one is safe. And you could just hear Sato running around the map, screaming like a banshee.
A clean anti-eco for Leviatán, but Sato is already at 12-2. The walk contact plays, the fast hits towards the sites, he is going to be the tip of the spear so far throughout this half. And also has been the one lead in the charge for Leviatán that led them to their Masters London trophy. And to see here, it's been, what, 2 weeks since Leviatán has played. It almost felt like it was yesterday. Already not skipping a beat in terms of the vibe, standing up and staying loud, and also keeping MIBR within their seats, and also forcing the first time out of Coach Fraud on the MIBR camp.
It will come in. And the LEV does seem more than prepared. King mentioned recently they had everything prepared coming into stage 2. Notes were all set and clean each match. And they're one of the teams that doesn't say, oh, we're just focusing on us. They focus on their opponents, and it shows how they just take them apart each match.
Right now, MIBR has to figure out the game plan on how to deal with Leviatán. It's been a lot of passive holds, especially with the scope that Aspas brings. Top mid, top B, not really forcing out the extremities on the battle, and it's harder for them to do. You can't go for any deeper flashes as if you had the KO in your hands, in your comp, and even for this round, only a Blade Storm. You see him rotating across the map, some last-minute calls here to pivot, to help out on Zekin, where maybe they want to fight toe-to-toe with Leviatán just around the corner of the A side.
Get out of my way!
Well, trick dart, easily shot. We'll see how Lev is approaching this round towards the A site.
Tipo, fez a play. Quer abrir? Vamos abrir pra fora do mapa. 1, 2. Nada. Pega, óbvio, Sato.
Aham. Plant flash, tá? Fica. Deixa eu ficar na direita.
Para aí, calma aí, aqui.
Na direita, vou pegar.
Tá. Vamos sair?
Guys, me escuta, vamos a probar que se aqui, velho. Bruno tem tudo meio.
Tá,
Ele
eles
vai
têm
pegar
ult, tá,
rotação.
King?
Tá suave.
Tá.
Tá, vamos montar um fake.
Quer botar um fake
neon,
onde?
Manda um fake A, viado. Tá.
Vai pra B, joga alguém?
Eu não, fake, preciso Spike e você, Low.
Tá.
Eu vou botar Spike se eu tagar alguém, tá?
Tá, eu nem vou entrar.
Tá,
Eu vou fazer
faz parede, aham. Bora abrir junto aqui?
Bora.
1, 2. Tá movendo o timer, guys. Aham, dá pra ficar só preso daqui.
Vou ter que ficar antes, bro.
Tá, tô fechado então.
Você quer plantar? Ou... Você avisa o...
Guys, avisa quando nós poder fazer, tá? Fora de uma fecha, não viu ninguém.
Voltamos pra? Vamos abrir?
Vamos abrir. Não, muito tarde. Aberto, vamos fazer.
120 da Jet, guys.
Mano, vai, vem, 3A, guys, 3A. Vai ZP solo retake. Ele vai tá pra qual? Na B.
Vamos entrar aqui. Cravado bom.
Não, é Zowie e vai pra B.
Eu vou parar da direita.
Tá sozinho, cuidado. Antes do cara jogar retake, planta alguém, vamos fightar CT, guys, com a minha ult. Me avisa a ult.
CT aqui.
Tem que sair.
Vai ser ulta pro Bru.
Posso também avisa essa ult aqui, Bruno, reta. Vai ter que entrar na mão aqui, viado.
Calma, dá tempo. Tá fechado, consegue me ajudar? Tá. Pantanha?
Dois base costa.
Tá.
Não vai ter pra frente.
Eu posso bangar alto.
Rápido.
120
Calma,
jet.
depois Runner. Manga agora. Dois costas, guys, 2 costas.
120 jet.
Clean aqui.
Direito.
Mais um valeu.
Valeu.
A great hold by MIBR within that round. Love the proactiveness of the team on the defense. You see at the minute mark, usually you want to drone out, try to figure out where your opponents are at, but instead, you have the 3-player walk-up. Ospas to be the one jumping across the void and could dash away in case he spots somebody, then you have the reaction out from the controller, out from Zekin right after. You see the answer back from Leviatán, who are trying to sell a fake towards the A site from the very beginning with blows and also Spike, utilizing the Hunter's Fury to pull the rotates across. But because that failed, it was impossible and very hard for Leviatán to get into the B site when all of Tech's util is there. So great delay, great holds, great proactiveness. And MIBR are able to defuse that spike and keep the game within 1.
You want to play? Let's play.
And an aggressive Ospas wants to keep that momentum going. Takes Blow's head off as he repositions. Probably see him going top site. Tex already has covered the lower part of the site. And the rotation here from MIBR comes over to squash the rest of LEV out. How do they even call around this? Maybe some shots from Neon. He's already sourced out, and they have to replan all of it.
Well, at least you have Sato that's inserted inside the B site. He could do a little bit of damage here while the rest are trying to move back towards A. So as Neon called the rotates, saw 2 players jump across towards that B site, it comes down to how much damage Sato could do or how much noise Leviatán's going to make towards the A site so that Sato gets the backstab in the end. All of MIBR just waiting to play that retake over on that B site. Only one watching towards the A main, which is going to be Mazzino over for MIBR.
And they've chosen to split up into ones. What a sliver shot from Neon. But they don't know about Mazzino. King cannot move too fast. He's got to clear the site just like any other time. They identify that one is there with 30 seconds. You see King
left.
just glance at the top of his screen to figure out what that clock timer is. And just like last round, they try to sell the fake. But this one is completely omnipresent for almost the entire round and finally will end at B site.
And because the full rotate for MIBR goes towards the A site, Ospas has to land a shot.
Will he peek it? Hunter's Fury comes out, dashes their chances for the round. No chance to plant, a little chance for the cash, but no. Will they even get it? Yeah, the push won't come through. Tex finalizes another kill on the round, and MIBR is leaving Lev guessing on these rounds.
Man, I really wanted to see a highlight reel shot there from Ospas, but anticlimactic Hunter's Fury from Verno. But that's now 2 rounds here. Have to give credit to MIBR of how they're able to sort the pressure that Leviatán's trying to bring early. It was actually MIBR putting the first foot forward, getting that off shot from Ospas down towards that B line. Just slows down Leviatán in the mid-round, trying to make a play because of the insert from Sato. But MIBR were still able to stay calm and leverage what they had within their toolkits to now tie up this game.
And now the Lev timeout with Owner on your screen. You can see his past teams there as well. Crew, Lev.
Yeah, it talks a lot about the pressure or how the preparation from Owner as well with Lev Academy, starting off last year with them. They won Stage 1 with a 13-1 record. They won Stage 2 after with a 12-2 record, and then going into kickoff, it was a slower start, as Brent mentioned. You know, Neon wasn't eligible to play yet.
Right.
They had some role issues because of that. But then as soon as they stepped back onto the stage here at stage 1 for the VCT Americas, made it to Grand Finals, won Masters London, and now just 2 wins away to make it here to the road to Sao Paulo, being the unstoppable team. What everybody was talking about at the beginning of 2026, in the offseason of 2025, that Leviatán were going to be the dark horse of this year. They've proven it in spades here when they started their debut at stage 1 of the Americas. They're hoping to reach here again. Home turf in Brazil, and to qualify here to Shanghai.
Crazy how they fulfilled the dark horse and just became the beasts right after. Honestly, crazy stuff. Neon fully challenged here in mid with 3 trying to pressure down. He's going to eat a flash, but dash away. TP, that is. And he'll be safe for now. Oh, I'll run it back to chase him. So MIBR is activating quite a bit on this round, and they will
Beautiful.
Get a little fruit out of it. Ospas takes down Neon for their fight.
Take flight.
How is this clear going to happen, though? The timing, the jumping, the parkour. Holy crap, Verno. Teach me the dance. That was insane stuff. Still, MIBR has to make their way into the site. They haven't really gained any ground, even with what's happened. Dropping in from Waterfall, trying to take everything away from Lev. They dash forward, in and out of that ultimate to keep themselves guarded and weaponed up. King with the timing, but he has to play off the team's comms in this wall, and that's King going down. Zekin's gonna find another one. Mazzino and Zekin have created such chaos in here, but they can't find themselves just on the spike for enough time, because that spike gets the kill of 4K now, as he brings himself back online.
What a big round there for a Spike. A 4-piece in a round, slowing down as well the retake from MIBR, who had such a good plan to take down Neon. As that mid lurk, look at that beautiful pick by Ospas. But then again, it comes down to both here, Sato and Spike holding out the A main line. He, by the way, for Spike, who's played, what, over 45 maps of Neon since that stage 1. Outside of that, Agent has only played Omen on like 3 maps. So when you talk about a specialist for different agents, we'll hold that thought though. MIBR fighting back towards the A main.
Oh my God, Espas and Zekin got it covered from A to Z over towards the A side, and it is going to be King having to back off. Chamber, push mid, Neon looking for more with the operator, but they are just stunted at every push here to start their rounds, Vans. Lev can't find the answer.
That was a nice push also moving into the corner as well. You look at the openings from Leviatán round after round at the A side. There's just a recon dart that Zekin breaks, but there's no drone that follows up to clear the right side. So they deny all of that. They're putting King solo where, yeah, he could be a clutch master right now, but it's a 1 versus 4 with all of that util still available on the B site. Maximizing orbs now potentially.
Few shots now. King even trying to dance back and forth. Verno just stands in the open knowing they would have a trade anyways, but confidence comes through first, and MIBR tie it up now. Scrambling a few rounds in there, back and forth with Lev. Oh my gosh. Not afraid to be aggressive here.
I mean, Ospas is just showing some of that cannon off that he does, just like he did on Ascent against Envy. Not afraid to go unscoped and fight against his opponent's close range. And gets value out of that one, and now we're just keep going back and forth. This is looking very good for MIBR. Remember, their Abyss games during kickoff, they barely scored double digits in their matches, in their losses. 2 of them against Energy. I think only getting 4 rounds as well.
Really trying to find the identity at that time and how this squad would work. Tex now going to have to anchor up with that Vice util. Does have a little breathing room here, but nobody is actually on the way to help. Just up towards, he's able to get 1. That's a big one, actually, for the retake to work for MIBR as Sato falls.
Got to shut down Neon again. But this time he's able to set a forward trip. Not the best trip, though.
There's always 2 people looking for him, right? They have to send a squad. He deserves it. And he's actually going to be able to play a bit of the timing, too. Keep him wondering, and still Zekin had the line and is cleared off of it. I don't know how he does it. They are 100% looking for him, but he still finds an opening. Multiple people on the lookout. Another round for Lev, like you said, trading it back and forth here as both teams are really starting to get a read on each other.
Neon's also able to do that, just ADSing or just fragging out with the Vandal. Doesn't always need an operator right now to take mid control, and that's been a lot of standards for teams trying to open up on the attack side when you have Chamber in your comp. The responsibility that you have to take mid control. Notice a lot here from challengers going into the VCTs. Neon's playing that to perfection, showing as to why he hasn't slowed down since getting the MVP title here of Masters London. Also, Owner unlocking his potential on mostly the Chamber on a lot of these maps. Switching out to Omen if he needs to on Split. But this also comes to show to what King was mentioned before in the pre-game interview with Dan Dryad, where he says Breeze being out is actually very good for us. Why? Because it was their permaban that allows them to now manipulate their map pool back in their favor moving into the playoffs to sit very comfortably in the playoffs. Last round of the half, Ospas looking for a first blood again.
And what a first half it has been here. It could be tied up between these two Titans as Spike slides in that time, keeping some ground under his feet, but Ospas will sweep that right out from under him. Trades through the smokes, trades around the map. No, just still here at B. As they look again, Ospas actually the switch, the timing they had to have heard or seen the barrel of that weapon as they dash through. He still finds one, almost gets the dance. Verno saves his life, but King is able to sit both down, crown himself just for a moment in the sight here.
That's bingo against Verno, though. The top clutcher of this stage, currently in the Americas.
He's taken a different form recently, louder, up out of his chair, something we've never seen before here with the squad. And it seemed to activate him a little bit more now that he doesn't have the IGL weight on his shoulders. The timing to read King now, the IGL of Lev.
Got the dink.
And put a huge chunk of damage down. Trying to get all of his util out, use everything he has with one shock dart left. Knows that it's just going to be a long peek here. Why would Neon be anywhere else? He knows the play. And a dink again! He's now sourced both. He's going to be able to clear the distance, but he's made noise. He has to stampede across, so something else has to come out of his hat for this play, and Neon's going to find him right before he can get on top box.
So close there for Verno to pull up another clutch. Got the dings against his opponents, isolated the fights, found the time and even bait the shot. But in the end, it's still these stoic shots of Neon. This time with the operator to shut him down. But MIBR coming in with good preparation against Leviatán. Remember, they have to win out here to make it to the top two to make it here to Shanghai.
We're swapping sides. We'll come back. This series is far from over. Don't go anywhere. VCT Americas after this.
You have Lev against MIBR. Big matchup. Who's winning that one?
I mean, come on. It's obviously MIBR. No, the Lev are the obvious favorites, but I think Tex is going to pull one out for me today. He knows I'm going to be in the crowd, and he's going to have a life game today.
I mean, Lev are too good. MIBR stand no chance.
I mean, my hope would be that it's not super close because I want them to cleanly get the win. But it's it's MIBR. It's no pushover. So I definitely think that it's going to be a tough battle.
I think between the two, no matter who wins, I'd be happy. But I really want MIBR to win, even though I know it's going to be really close.
I think I have to go with a 2-1 MIBR. I think they looked pretty good against last time with Lev versus MIBR and during group stage. And I think they can close it out this time.
We start the second half with Lev. A 2-round lead over MIBR here, but that pistol round for MIBR would instantly close that up. All things considered here. They reset. Fraud's only got a timeout there under the belt to make sure the team can get back in order, and they just had a chat here, so let's see what the team can start with.
And stealing this map away from Leviatán would mean a lot here for MIBR. They during the play-ins looked pretty good, but I'll be honest, the strength of schedule, though, wasn't the best for them. They defeated a Cruise that didn't look too great from the season into the play-ins. Same thing for Envy. Qualifying is one thing, but being able to beat against Leviatán today will definitely give them that confidence moving forward in the playoffs to potentially here put Aspas back into an international stage. Zekin as well.
And terrify everybody by sending Lev to the lower bracket. And then Aspas says, well, we'll send them either way. Starting off nice with 2 kills here for MIBR. They can slow it down for a moment and really regroup the forces. Neon's going to be pushing from the other side. That's going to be a meeting between him and Mazzino. And that is Mazzino going down to the Headhunter.
Played team deathmatch so far on middle and also towards the extremities.
And again, and again. Oh, trying to push up through the trademark too. Thinking maybe there's still timing and the util was left alone.
All right, another attempt now for Verno to clutch one out. And there's only Neon that's one-shottable. And they're already grouped up on the side. Ooh. Dude, that bandit from Sato.
It's always been insane. That skin, if you ever use it, you can see for Sato free headshots.
Trading out pistols now for Leviatán and MIBR. Unfortunate too, you're seeing from the replays that a lot of these scenarios outside from Sato's shots, it's been MIBR having an opportunity to win their duels first, being able to shoot first, and unfortunately not connecting the shots.
He's 17-8. What in the world? He just has the capability of being Phoenix. It doesn't matter the map. He is Phoenix. This continues to happen. King waiting to lay down the verdict, and he gets one judge on. Blows with a nice trade through the smoke, knowing that hot timing and the line he needed to fire on. Almost getting it again there. We'll find Tex being a little curious. And this should be an easy cleanup round, but MIBR want the cash. They got the stingers for the plant.
Right here. Take flight.
Now ready, just waiting for Neon to be able to peek with it. Mazzino says no here. It's just Lev being able to bounce back for another round. And this is going to be tough for MIBR now to kind of start a string of things. I don't know if the momentum will be there. Lev's going to be fully ready. That defuse comes through, actually going to Spike. I think they'll leave it for Sato. We'll see.
Still singing very loud right now to not give a chance for MIBR to really come back in this game. We talked about it going back and forth a couple of times here, but I think I'm starting to see this lead spread in favor of Leviatán. Staring at him dead in the eyes when Sato's jumping up. And you're still seeing on here. Aspas doing whatever he can. A strong start on the piss round to score another first blood. But unfortunately here is not giving a chance for MIBR to get 2 pistols in this first map. Neon bringing out the Outlaw. MIBR forced to be on another save because the last round was a force for them to overtake a site. Taking a little bit out of G2's playbook. Unfortunately, they lost too many of the bodies at the beginning.
See how Zekin leads the charge on this. Aspas to make noise on the right side of the map. So MIBR with 1 minute left having idea to crash onto A. It's going to be orb grab. Zekin's still quite a ways away. Him and Sato actually equal on those orbs, so it's not going to be a factor of this round. It's just the setup. MIBR is trying to look ahead.
Just get that onto Zekin. Got the insert from Aspas at the beginning of the round as well. Maybe try to get in to get a spike plant.
We'll try to utilize it. The God Dart goes up top site, trying to get some pings, but King hiding in the anchor smoke. The rest of Lev trying to be secret here as they keep themselves hidden behind the tracer shots. And alive. That's the biggest part here. They can all crash back into the site. A tough buy since MIBR went for Stinger, so another round should be going to Lev. The pressure's on their shoulders to win this site back. MIBR pushing forward. They're actually trying to take space, but they don't know if they want to get on that long line just yet. It's a game of cat and mouse for the first peak, and it is going to be Zekin to try to get across. They go to protect each other, and that is the downfall Lev hoped for. Pushing into the site, one more kill on Mazzino. The defuse comes through. The all points will still be there. But this is going to be Sato picking up his big one.
Still another big round here where some good damage was done for MIBR. King and Blows hanging on to their health bars at the end of this round. Loved here that you instantly went inside that smoke after King was spotted. So you could try to get in there, take control of that spot, and then utilize the smoke to your advantage to at least get the plant down. That'll bring the economy up, and unfortunately still not enough for Ospas to bring on an operator on the attack side. So thinking about it, adding that pressure over onto A. The next win con that you could bring here is to try to get that ult up for Zekin. So Tex is going to watch that push over on the B side. You'll have a 1v1 on middle with Mazzino moving up, and the other three working all together. Ospas, Zekin, and Verno to get the orb over on the A side. Or, yeah, on the A side.
Picked up there. Like you said, Mazzino hovering in towards that mid. If they want to go back for the other orb, it's enough, but they may try to bank off the kill. That would give Zekin that run it back. It's going to all have to happen within the combination of hitting the site. Source a little too much gunfire and protection on that from the drone. And MIBR is going to back off.
Leviatán playing a masterclass of an Abyss so far. Again, after not touching this map for 2 years, over 2 years.
Insert double duelist.
Still play like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Inserting double duelist. Last time they played was leveraging some Harbor, but now you play to the strengths of the players. Spike on the Neon. Sato with the run it back to fight back towards the B site.
Neon almost gets 2 on that, but they shut him down quick enough. This is exactly what MIBR wants to get that comeback started here and keep Lev anywhere away from 12. Spike on 1. This has been the bad part for MIBR, being able to protect the site, find the angles. They get crushed by these quadrants that Lev fights in. Take some space. Now Lev is actually right under their nose, and MIBR has no idea it's coming on top of the box. Spikes gets one more, slides in on Verno too, as Lev just make the B site their home. Spike toying with Mazzino as they push him off. Hey, careful how much you play with your food as King gets that last one. The high fives and the defuse in combo come out from Lev.
That was so close too.
Yes, a little too close.
Mazzino almost had him until the concuss came down from King and forced the swing out from Mazzino and just couldn't spray the 2 players. What a nice slide there from Spike. There's a reason why here that King mentioned that Spike is the best Neon in the world in his eyes. And that is an example right there.
Oh. Makes you dizzy watching it. Imagine playing against it, trying to keep your crosshair in the right position. Makes you feel like your first day with your new hands, honestly. A timeout now from Fraud. The final hour of the first map here is Leviatán. They have not changed form. They have not let up form. They continue right after Masters London here with the same form.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about Masters London for Leviatán until now, they've only dropped 2 series in total. One at Masters London itself, and then one against Energy during Stage 2.
Oh, the champ.
Of the Americas. Yeah, exactly, right? So, and then who did they lose at Masters London? Against Paper X. So, yeah. The ones that always reach the grand finals over on the stage, but at least now focusing on Ospas. I mean, he has found some good footing against Leviatán the last time these 2 teams played against each other, right? I think he was the only one that had a +9 differential, +- differential to his favor. You also see how his style has changed a little bit more. Ren talked about it, where he plays a lot more like a secondary duelist, and you're trying to see some role switches, or Glyph was mentioned in that as well.
Yeah.
But this time, going back into his comfort role as the Jet, he's finding his value once again.
Yeah, we did see this also on Ascent. From them, they were playing Envy. He was able to kind of pop off. It's just so much comfort.
Yeah.
And they'll be heading over towards this A site this time. No operator, though. but they will be up against Neons and the rest of the team pushing down mid. Mazzino has his work cut out for him here. Could be good for, oh, pinged right away, slide in. A very nice catch on Spike, but there's always Sato.
Yeah, that's a huge pick also with information that allows MIBR to tempo up a lot more quickly for a plant. And look at it. They also had it for Verno to be the Hunter's Fury to try to secure the 6th round for MIBR.
This is perfect for Neon to get in first, too. No Astra Smokes to anchor the site for MIBR. Lots of peeks, lots of players peeking. And MIBR now has to choose those very carefully when they want to get out into the open. Just heads being shaved right now. Holy hot hands coming from Sato. Forces 2 out. The displacement's crazy, but they're not expecting that angle. And Tex, nice shooting, comes across with 3. And now Neon has to run the other way. Exactly what we saw from him in the previous week. And he follows through today to pick up an incredibly big round for MIBR.
That was such a huge wombo combo, though, by Leviatán to retake over that B site. The grab well to the concuss over to the hot hands. That would have melted both players on site until Tex swings out and grabs a 3-piece, catching players off guard. Tex has been under the microscope since kickoff. Taking a little bit of that blame. Remember when the devs was talking about Artazine playing for MIBR last year, taking the brunt of the blame into the failure of Champs last year. Tex now was the one that was like, hey, I'll fall on the sword right now.
Yeah.
The reason why we kind of failed at kickoff, not being able to make it to Santiago when they had 3 opportunities to do so. This time, though, most recently has put up some incredible clutches in the last couple of weeks.
Fourth push from Neon. Quickly TP's out. But the height is there. They know Aspas is going to be on the right side. He tries to get an elevation. Plays in the anchor smoke. A beautiful shot from Neon here to stunt a bit of the MIBR play, but they're in sight. And now everyone's looking for Mazzino in mid as they encroach back towards that A site retake.
The big thing is right now, can Vernal cross back over towards B main because he has that Hunter's Fury, and Leviatán, they want to pressure that quickly.
That's going to be a big help to make sure that happens. Cosmic Divide goes out. 2 Cosmic Divides. We're going to get perpendicular here to the site as now everybody's going to have to force themselves back in a bit just to get those audio cues, to get the angles to protect each other. And it is protection is the key here. King and the rest of the team have a high-low, which gives Lev such an advantage on the entry into the site. Mazzino to play with Util and everything he can, but from this position, we've only seen the pressure go in favor of Lev, and it does once again.
Seeing a little bit of mistakes coming out from MIBR this time around too, when the Cosmic Divide comes out on the defense, a lot of them falling back down towards that B ramp and leaving Verno alone where he should have been the one staying alive towards that bottom with the Hunter's Fury. Silverline is that they could carry it over to the next round, but Leviatán looking still very strong on Abyss, looking like a team that is going to be hard to deal against, a team that has a strong map pool going into these playoffs.
And the final round of the first map already coming through with 12-6. Leviatán is making a statement here. Another one. Neon peeking from a different angle. And actually, this is going to be a great hit from MIBR. Lots of time to set up. That's been a problem for them, is figuring out where to defend.
Here.
You talked about that Hunter's Fury being alive. Verno is in position. Aspas wants to push forward here, catches King off guard. That's the timing that they needed. And to keep this map alive. That's the only other outcome. MIBR. Looks like they're actually going to buy enough time here, and Lev are happy to give that space up.
I mean, as soon as you have Aspas on the top of heaven, there's no way for you to encroach back for a flood retake when the running back got canceled at the bottom of B. Looking for exits are Leviatán. They'll be able to do so. That's going to force a couple of buys in for MIBR. Their economy is not the best. They can't lose too many players moving into the next round. They've already lost 2.
Yeah, that gets a little worrisome. Now, you rely on the Hunter's Fury. You rely on the things that were supposed to be in addition to a round you win. So we'll see how that happens. Actually, Tex goes for the swing again. The confidence is overflowing for him, and he takes down blows. MIBR keep map 1 alive.
Yeah, we talk about how expensive that was, though. They almost lost 4 players until Tex was still able to win his 1v1 against Blozine.
Yeah.
Back and forth we go with the Hunter's Fury still available. for the attack side of MIBR. A team who's trying to find and prove here to the world that the super team that was built at the beginning of this year is going to be a champions contender once again, just like last year.
Oh, the push here coming in from LEV is just too strong, just too quick in the minds of MIBR immediately. And what round have they done this on other than mid? They haven't, so MIBR are completely confused and now have to regroup on that space. They're going to go back to Verno.
Neon's been annoying to deal with here when he's taking these forward lines. You're forcing MIBR to, should we drone early? Should we go for body peeks? Should we try to do something here? And it allows Leviatán to take such early control around the map, where this should be MIBR once they take the attack side.
Neon, another kill as they enter into the site. The flash is ridiculous. Not a player on MIBR could see. And the rest of LEV just holding angles. That's not a good idea, though. Verno's still alive, and inside a trademark sits both LEV members down guarding A.
King and Blows on the retake with the dart still available. Just got shot out, and now Verno still has the element of surprise.
Just has to commit to an angle, but also have his head on a swivel. Remember, this is going to be that final round. Hunter's Fury couldn't even come into play for him if he doesn't clutch this one up because of how pressure hungry LEV is, and that's going to be Blows. Pressuring it all by himself as they go one-on-one for the site. And that's the defuse for LEV. A clean affair here on Abyss as we get back onto the map.
Another loss for MIBR on Abyss. Coming out with a new composition and seeing if the map theory was good enough to thwart down the double duelist of Spike and Sato. On paper looking good, but in the server, Sato looking even better. 27, 12, and 7. Leading a charge there for Leviatán on their map pick.
His ability to catch an entire team with a flash or his hot hands placement, understanding the arc and fall of it, is really a different craft here, and that's why he's considered one of the best in the world, along just really the rest of his team. It's a crazy, crazy match we still have in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. The amount of trophies in this game is staggering. There's so much more to go over, talk about, and gameplay to see for MIBR and Leviatán. Don't go anywhere. More VCT Americas right after this.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
nice.
Do MIBR, vai sonhando! Flowsy!
They just have to dig him out of here. And Verno, oh, it's gonna get it! A Red Bull clutch for Verno.
LEV gets that win on Abyss, and I'm here with assistant coach Jane to talk a little bit about this map specifically, because Owner got the chance to mention it before. He was excited about some of the things that we could potentially see here, and something that caught her eye was some of the set plays that you had around what Sato is doing on the Phoenix, the support utility as well, and even the Astra. Who comes up with these set plays as well to make sure that you're closing out this rounds, especially for the late round?
I think it's part of our playstyle already. It's like obviously they are planned, but also the guys know how to do it or how to improvise at some point. So I think if the map can be played with Phoenix Neon and that kind of Asians, it kind of works by itself for us.
Yeah, it has been the identity for LEV, so best of luck for map 2.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Leviatán take down MIBR on Abyss. So here, joined by Glyph and Brent to break it all down. Heading into this, we were excited to see Abyss for the first time, and when they locked their compositions, we were also very excited to see them going for the double duelist, which we thought they might have to switch off given that we're playing on Abyss. What are your thoughts now that they tried it once? Obviously, they won with it, but was it convincing enough for you?
Definitely was convincing. I mean, I definitely had my doubts, and I'll be the first to say that. They proved me wrong. I think that this composition is their tried and true for a reason, and they definitely showed that. I mean, Giant, I believe it how it's pronounced, said it perfectly, that these players are so skilled individually on just their roles that they can improvise and make things look incredible. And for me, they had a lot of good pieces when it comes to flooding, when it comes to micro details and flashing and setting up other people that are just incredible to see.
Yeah, it was nice to see as well. Sato, I mean, was just being pushed into a position to succeed constantly. I mean, a lot of these hits coming through, I have to say, it's a bit of a gamble. He got a little bit unlucky for MIBR in terms of like where they would start with player positions, whether it's Aspas or the op, but Sato was a player who was just, you know, if Spike's taking up all this space and, you know, absorbing all the util, the Sentinel util, whether it's the Vice Fawns or whatever it might be, this getting popped off. And all that gets cleared up for Sato to just absolutely cleave through the opposition on these sites. I mean, he was taking over constantly at times, even when it got tricky for them and they had to figure out ways around it. But I completely agree with you, Cliff. I think the set pieces, and when we got to see that small glimpse of their defense half, which you're seeing highlights from here, even like not just the shooting, but I think the util pieces that they had cooked up for the ability to flood in, to punish all of that, were top notch. You can tell that this is a map that they have put a lot of time into.
Yeah, absolutely crazy performance from Sato. Once again, we did take a look at the head-to-head there between Sato and Zekin. How do you feel Zekin stacked up against him? Was there any noise made by him? Yeah.
Really? I mean, when he has 30 kills in a regulation game, it's kind of hard to compare a lot of players to him, to be honest. So tough matchup for him to be able to say, like, if he played bad or good against him when he's playing just lights out in the first map. So for me, I think there's definitely a lot more to be desired in map 2 from him when it comes to the Sato versus Zekin matchup. And I think we're going to see it again, both of them definitely playing Phoenix.
Let's talk about the second map here. This is going to be the pick from MIBR. They did give some pushback on Abyss, but obviously they got to really show up and come out straight out of the gate on Haven, I believe is what we're going to next. What do you want to see from our respective teams here, Glyph?
I definitely want to see a change of pace, at least from MIBR. I think that they've tried playing a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical at certain points, playing a slower type of game, where on Haven I think they can speed up the pace a little bit more. And I'd like to see them match like the aggressiveness and the proactivity and the pace of play that Leviatán was playing for much of the game.
Yeah, I'd agree with that as well, I think. At times, I felt like MIBR, when they opt into the Aspas operator, they get kind of hampered down, honestly, mired by it almost, where so much revolves around keeping that core weapon intact, and it's not Aspas' fault, it's just the nature of the game of where LEV were landing in that previous map. But Haven's going to be a great opportunity for them to speed it up, to be a bit more agile around map. You need to on Haven, I think. It's a triple site map where you've got to be active, you've got to be constantly clearing up question marks and getting a clear understanding of where a team might be landing on the attack side or whatnot. I think they picked this for a reason as well. It's one of the weak spots recently for Leviatán, where they ended up losing this map, I think, to NRG. It was an OT, it was close, don't get me wrong. Like, Leviatán is still a fantastic team when it comes comes to Haven, but I think that they may have picked this for a specific reason. I think that they've read into that fact and possibly to look forward to Haven for them to be able to take it. I'd love for us to go to Lotus as well, because that's, again, we've got so many questions in that map 3, but Haven has to be the goal. It's MIBR, they've got to get it done there.
Yeah, Lotus is a map that both of these teams have been floating, but we've not been seeing it. But first, we have to go through Haven. So let's hear what Coach Fraud has to say ahead of map 2.
Map 2 between MIBR and LEV is going to be Haven. And Fraud, we haven't seen this map being picked by you since you played it against EG. And even though you won that, it was a first half where you couldn't get many things going on the defense. So why do you decide to pick it now? And what is going to change this time around on the defense to make sure that you win it?
I mean, it's always been a good map for us, so we've kind of let it be floated so teams could pick it against us. But yeah, they were really confident on the map or confident in our game plan. I think the big issue is just following through with our plans and hitting our shots. We weren't shooting that well last game, so that definitely messed us up a little bit.
Looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
All right, so they got something cooking up for us on Haven. As you said already, they have to come up with a little bit more proactivity in this one to match the pace that Leviatán is bringing.
And from making a point as well that they have to hit your shots, I think that's one of the difficult challenges that playing against Leviatán will always test you with, is you can have good game plans of how you think they're going to be playing, but at the end of the day, if you can't hit back against them, if you cannot match them pound for pound with the firepower, you're not going to get far as a team. You have to be able to actually handle some of these 1v1s. If Neon's on a deep line, taking aggro alone essentially, and he just wins his fight out, you have to be able to shut down some of that star power, I think, to find success.
Composition-wise, do you feel like there is room for any surprises here, Cliff?
For me, no. I think that LEV will definitely stick to what they're known for, and I think MIBR has mirrored something very similar, if not the exact same. I think maybe they're playing Cypher, maybe they might change that a little bit. But for me, I'm expecting a very similar matchup, mirror matchup, and I think it'll be a very close game.
That's what we hope to see. Leviatán currently up 1-0 against MIBR. Can they tie up the series? We'll find out soon. Riff and Vincili will be back with Haven right after this.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. It's time for game 2 between Leviatán and MIBR here in our upper bracket, round 1 of playoffs. Leviatán, I mean, some say there is a playoff form, and it looks like they are gearing up to get into that right now. A great map on Abyss, as we haven't seen them on that map in a while. They showed us everything just seems to come easy right now.
Ooh, this is interesting too. Going into Haven, these two teams, when they last faced off against each other, was stage 1, week 4. And we had a Jet on Ospas, and this time we'll go move on forward to the Neon. So again, changing a little bit from your strengths, but also the ability now to create space for the team for MIBR with Ospas is great. Tex also switching away from a Cypher to the Chamber to the Cypher. But most importantly now on the attack side though, is Sato bringing out the Yoru. This is going to be a fun one to watch as well. Glyph was mentioning the proactivity that he was expecting and wants to see from MIBR on this map. They have done so the last time these two teams faced against each other. Lots of pushes outside of the lanes of B main, for example, catching some players off guard where Leviatán don't clear corners. But this time, maybe because you have now Sato and Neon, you allow yourself to spread a little bit across the map here on your defaults and still go for these jump peaks and get out of jail free cards.
It's crazy to me that you have somebody so good on Phoenix where you're like, yeah, Yoru too, because we can do this, because we're so confident. And you know what? If they are good with this, which they shouldn't have any problem. We talked to Owner before saying, we've been through a Yoru meta, we've been through the Waylay meta, we've been into the double duelist Phoenix and Neon meta. It hasn't stumped them. So MIBR needs to expect everything coming down the plate this game. It has been a tough season for them, although a big fish in this little pond of Americas. There's a lot of big fish over here in Lev, one of the biggest, if you will, Masters London champions, continue to show up in every single game. It's now MIBR's turn to show us why they made this super team. They'll be defending first, trying to read the plays of Lev as they start out towards A.
I think, too, Sato has only pulled out the Yoru back at kickoff. Outside of that, though, has been the forefront of the Phoenix Neon meta here for Leviatán on the attack side. The drone did get information as Vernal spotted one, and that forces a full rotate of 3 players to stack towards the A site. It's a good read.
Zekin ready. Curve just around the corner once they make contact. They went behind a few players, but he's still able to clean and clear them up. Going in for the knife. Oh my God, Verno. He didn't let him do it. He didn't let him do it. There's another kill, though. There's the third one. So many pips already, and Zekin did stay on that Phoenix, so these are going to count big for the early game.
Coming out with a vengeance for MIBR in this piss around, too. Zekin being barely damaged, and a flawless 2 at that. You're seeing as well, Verno. I think I could read lips. I think the Yahoo is coming back. So bring the vibes back up now for MIBR. Not being flustered, losing 7-13. And a huge 3-piece from Zekin to start off this piss round. He who actually was one of the pillars as well for Sentinels when he won Masters Madrid. In 2024, tied for the most kills in a BO5 at the global stage at 101 until that record got broken by Khan himself later that year in Champs in Korea. Now he's hoping to find here better pastures with MIBR, more winnings with MIBR this year.
And another MVP performance.
Yeah, but it hasn't been there yet. And he's hoping here that he is able to at least relinquish a little bit of that and see MIBR back into the forefront as one of the top teams in the Americas in this matchup here.
Playing patient. I say that as soon as Neon finds a headhunter, and just that takes off Zekins.
Gun here.
It's just enough opening for the map, and yeah, you saw Neon just ping it. They're going to source that gun with the entire team. And who's going to run it forward? Probably going to end here towards A, drone up. These places for safety. I think Lev does a good job at cooling the round down, especially when they need a little bit of time. Grab that gun, and they'll head in now. Aspas with a few, tries to go for the no-scope, but Spike comes in with that Guardian, that upgrade, and that is sitting MIBR right down. Tex, so many angles to look at. He's going to have to swing the Spectre in a 360, and Sato cleans him up before he gets in the sight. Lev strike immediately.
Yeah, strike back and shuts up MIBR. I don't know that second hit from Spike. Was he blinded from that one? Because it was full hit by the Paranoia. Let's see over here. Oh, it's a beautiful scan that came out here from Blows. Makes things a little bit easier. As the young fraggers out from Leviatán continues to rain terror against any opponents that they face. Not stopping here from the performances since the stage 1 of this year. That now puts MIBR into a full pistol round. Best weapon you have now is a Sheriff in the hands of Aspas. He's currently tucked up here inside Bunny. Just trying to catch one. Player 1.
Go, go, go!
They're attempting everything. Spike dashing out, looking long, seeing C long. Lev trying to work the extremities a bit to make sure they're not losing map.
Gotta go!
Little do they know. Kind of just a fight on every front once they move forward from MIBR. Oh. Tex just trying to play safe, and Mazzino was going to be that extra contact there. It did not work out. Cleaned up, and one by one, Lev, insert, remove. Go in, either leave somebody or take everyone out and hit the next spot here. Super methodical.
Hey, see, Leviatán just really respects the MIBR plays. Talk about aggression, some things that they do on the defensive side of this map. Just winning here with 30 seconds left. One of the slowest anti-ecos I've seen so far.
30 seconds
Such
left.
a good team of Leviatán. The high-low could do some damage, though, from both Zekin and Verno.
Oh, and Neon knows his trademark caught. Aspas coming around the back, so this is the time to activate. Oh, and it's so good. Neon clears 2 on short. This is the spike plant coming in for Sato so they can get that dimensional drift online even sooner. And yeah, you said extra slow. They only lose spike in the process here.
Yeah, and Tex just pretty sure got hurt well, but the camera will confirm that he's flanking here. So King is looking to pick up an easy frag now. But MIBR will have to be in a position here that would be enough for Aspas to get the operator out on defense.
Does seem like it'll be a saving grace, being able to get him on at least a line so the team can be confident about working the other 2 sites. Another round synced up for Lev. Oh, and another orb coming in for Sato too. He does not let Aspas get away clean on that.
Yeah. King looking across the table right now, looking across the stage. IGL calling against 3 of his old teammates. Being Mazzino, Aspas, and Tex all together have won stage 2 of 2024 with Leviatán. Made it into a deep run at Champs. 3rd place finisher in 2024 as well. And since then, though, unfortunately, has parted ways. Where now King reigns and leads a new roster and owns up right now. And speaking about owning, though, it's MIBR pushing forward for these picks. Talk about aggression.
Answered 1, but they don't know the timing. Spike can't know. MIBR is going to back up. Crazy stuff. We did not see any of that really on Abyss from MIBR. There was a few rounds from Lev, so it's nice to see them wake up a bit and get in Lev's face. We might get a little more back and forth this map too.
Yeah, Odin pressure with the walkdown seems to be quite good too, as Aspas does have that operator moving into this round. Even though here, Leviatán, they still want to work that map a little bit. I could respect this. You're trying to figure out as well where the setup and how the Cypher also setups on site. You're seeing where bull trips are going to be set up right now. Spike Zine continues to move forward. And that might give them an advantage later on when they're trying to go for these C-site hits. If they want to pop quickly like they did on Abyss, Leviatán has the knowledge of how they could actually add that pressure against Tex anchoring on C. They still got a plant, though.
Yeah, slowly moving out. Money's there. A few kills to come. For some reason, it seems like Lev can always pick up a few. Maybe not against Tex, though. He has been just on too much. A 3rd one there as soon as he sees King. And MIBR will secure another round.
Yeah, you talked about so many players in this server right now who's won global trophies. Tex, unfortunately, not yet.
Yeah.
Ever since he made it here on the VCT stage with the Guard back in 2024, has only won a regional. So 1 trophy being the Ascension Trophy with the Guard, this one with the local VCT Stage 2 one. He's looking to go for a deep run on a global stage here with MIBR. Remember what we talked about earlier, the resurgence that he's had, impact frags that he's brought up, the amount of clutches that he also had on this map against EG. Finding salvation right now from his performances at the beginning of this year. Damaged as Neon trying to go for an odd pick at the beginning. Down towards the A line. He's going to get pushed back for a bit. Leviatán still wants to group up, though. Or a second wave hit. 5 players leaning over on the A side. Dart's too late.
I'm out of here.
Oh.
Actually, Jaws pings everybody. Tries to switch the operator. They know Aspas is there now. And this is going to be the dive-in. Both of them backside actually through that fast lane. Pretty good trickery, but they're not ready for the flashes to come through. Zekin still has that power. 5 members still for MIBR to crash into this site. They're trying to pre-spam with the Odin, get some drop-ins from Heaven here, but they're being stalled out quite a bit as the spike can finally get planted by Lev.
Verno has drone too, so he's going to move towards Heaven and try to get a ping here. That will allow Mazzino to swing out. Third retake about to start. Trading weapons too, so the Aspas can slide in.
Spike on Zekin. Huge retake factor taken away. Neon Wait taking down Mazzino. And now they have a line of scrimmage in the site. Lev just across that diagonal. It's going to be impossible for MIBR to retake and actually cover each other. So they start to turn around the operator. Too important.
So we're missing a bit, though, unfortunately, for MIBR. Verno at least will be able to save his opening in the next round, but I feel like what was trying to happen, I think could have gotten way more value with a flash drone to maybe try to look into the site. But Zekin was still back down towards that spawn sign. Not allowing the drone to get value, not allowing the retake to get any value, as well as Zekin just took one step too early right over here when Aspas was still waiting for his fast lane to be deployed over on the A site. And he just couldn't engage for the retake. Looks like Sato was also able to read lips across the stage too when MIBR won the pistol. But another one of those games here, just like the first map between these two teams, where it's going back and forth.
Already towards Garage. They continue to make this clone play. They're only looking for Tex though, and now it's actually going to be Zekin and Mazzino. So a little swap of the roster who's covering Garage for MIBR. Leaves Lev Spike down. Player, that is. And Mazzino will drop Sato, so it's looking even better here. As the back and forth might just continue on that checkerboard of a scoreline. Oh, saw ya. Just caught a glimpse.
Still have a lot of time to work with right now, though, so Blow's walking up, I'd like it, so he doesn't give the audio cue for Zekin to push out towards the garage. So Lev will still get a plant down, and if they anchor up towards that B site, if MIBR is not clean, just like they were last round on A site, this gives a chance for Lev to win this.
Lev has to get an early kill here. 3v5 site hold on B means MIBR can come from everywhere. And the first one's going to be out front, and he still gets a kill. Neon now Bunny can set up for another one, protected by Blows. And it's only going to be Aspas coming from that C side. He has all the time to get another kill. MIBR falls, another member. It's going to be even tougher to get in. Forced into the play, and no kill comes from that, but it's going to be the swing now from Verno. Oh my God, Blows! Collects the 3! Unthinkable! A Red Bull clutch as Leviatán secure another round.
What a flick of the third player as well! Blows coming up huge in the clutch. Another one who's had big numbers in the clutch this stage. Look at this shot onto Tex.
He didn't even realize. Look at him. I just did that?
What a crazy shot. Yeah, that is going to stop that momentum for MIBR. I think it was a 5 versus 3 too. They dropped both duelists early for MIBR, yet you still have the supporting cast of Leviatán to win the round. Jeez. It's not always going to have to be on Neon and Sato. The rest are so dangerous across the board for Leviatán.
And Fraud has to hit the cool-off button, more so as well as the timeout button here to get in MIBR's ear. You can see Verno's stage 2 stats coming out here. Just that switch of the IGL. Been playing quite a bit better and really coming into his own. I think being vocal is such a new thing again for these guys. It was such a quiet team on MIBR, and they are getting a little bit of life out of it from everyone.
Yeah, Verno, he, just like a couple of his teammates being Tex, in search of reaching back the international stage.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of moments so far where what made him shine too in this stage was his clutch scenarios, his clutch situations. He had a few on Abyss, but unfortunately couldn't close it out. And also stepping away here from the IGR role has also allowed for him to really bring more value in his aim, his mechanics. Winning these high moments for MIBR. But you cannot always rely on the clutches of Verno and Tex for the last few weeks. Need to be a little bit more unified for MIBR if you want to try to make it here to Sao Paulo. Top 2 is what they need. Anything outside of that, they also miss out on their chances to make it to Shanghai. Already now also one map behind. They have to win their map pick and try to force this onto Lotus.
They're playing the contact game. Trying something new each and every round. Eat a paranoia. That'll block them off for a moment, and MIBR starts to rotate here. Seems like Lev is pretty committed to this situation.
Should be easy for them too. They could Hunter's Fury with the Dimensional Drift. Yep.
Combo 1, 2, 3. I'm right next to him. Just ult me. Oh, it's so dirty. No more of that coming through. Just the sentry Sato in the sight, letting him know where the team is, but Aspas is still there. The turret, the human turret flicks around, but it's not gonna be enough. Too many members swarm him and take him down. And now Tex, a story we all know all too well, having to rotate over here with the speed Lev takes the site. He continues to be left in unwinnable situations. Lev get 5 rounds.
The body block from Sato, old school style with the wombo combo there from both ults between him and blows. Even TP's out in the open inside the site despite the chaos there, and pretty much going to be dead to rights coming out. Look at that, stuns too. Like all the util following around the Yoru ult. Amazing coordination coming out from Leviatán. It comes back to what Coach Shine was mentioning before. Sometimes, yes, it's set plays, but it's how you react off the whiff, on the fly when these plays are happening. The util is just so good for Leviatán.
And their reaction to those plays are so good in the moment when they need it. Sato, the entire team has said it over and over again here as we get the spike planted at B. Just a handful of seconds into the round and the TP out. Just upgraded to the jet dash, from the jet dash, I should say. Neon pushing with the op. Why keep it from afar when you TP out? Trying to get the early plays. A huge paranoia coming in, but it's still covered as Lev has the answers. A ping does get a good read onto Tex, but they're getting pushed off of the spike. No defuse has happened just yet. Tex with a 6th sense. They were able to take down blows this time. He won't have the clutch potential. Wait, they're just sitting out front. They weren't really protecting themselves or the spike. The 1v2 now for Zekin as he's forced again into an unwinnable situation for MIBR, and Lev pick up another round.
MIBR were desperate there on a 3 versus 3, just hoping to get something off the neural theft from Tex, that they could get a lucky ping and spray behind Zekin's wall. Unfortunately there, Leviatán stays stoic and patient. Losing also Mazzino trying to flood out there. There's no smoke that can cover the defuse. Just so difficult there for MIBR to coordinate the retake. And Leviatán, another one of those stories where they're running away with the map again. But this time way earlier than Abyss.
You feel like it's something Lev is just good at doing, is making a team forget those fundamentals with how fast they play. So MIBR turn up the heat. It's what they need. Pick up a gun, reset, and that's huge. They drop it over to Zekin so he can get some retake potential on and even push with this run it back.
Yeah, picked up the orb after the rifle. And there's the rifle gone.
No, he wish he ran back, actually, is what we were saying. Hello. And that is a huge pickup. Stop everything you're doing and get over to A. Oh, they're still pushing. Trying to source a few of these guns, but they're getting themselves in a real sticky situation. As Tex just needs a few more to protect this. Good damage, though, if they can get a few more guns here, and Verno can be a nuisance.
And that is, once again, to bring their praise here onto King. But that sliver, though, allows, exactly, the call out for Verno to get that pick. A 2 versus 2 going up.
We're going deathmatch again. This is going to be one of those rounds. In and out of the wall, trying to clear it. Verno smarter than that. Now the fight coming in. Neon trades 1, but Verno's going to be there for the 3rd. What are we witnessing right now?
Verno just sneaking through 2. Neon, when he first swung back into the spawn and got that pick onto Zekin, I'm pretty sure he saw Verno there, so it should have kept the team ready for the continuous push coming out here from Verno. I was just about to mention, with blows falling down there and King calling for them to fight back into the A main to drop down the players with the pistols, they lost track of Verno. And the communication continues forward, and finally we get something in terms of luck out of MIBR. They get their own 30 back in. Starting to find a little bit of life back in this fight.
If they don't get dimensional drift out of their ults here, they might be able to create somewhat of a snowball and start to attack back at Lev, but it almost, you feel like it has to happen. I mean, Verno's got a bank account, but everybody else are hurting.
There's that walk down mid again from MIBR. Different positioning as well, but it seems as though despite them playing head-to-hand last time on this map, it's still the Leviatán spread across the map and not going for the early mid control. And that's the call here from MIBR as well. We'll talk about it while this dimensional drift finds the information. It's because they're not playing with a Cypher. So if you're not posting somebody there to watch those lanes, it could take advantage of by the defense.
Sato's noise
Let's play.
pulls MIBR off A. Kills on all over, you should say. Everno's back in the spot he was last round, as he just feels comfortable where Lev buys guns. And Tex is in the sight. He's actually got in front of the smoke, but he, second guessed his angle. King and Neon punish MIBR in their transition back to the site.
Just unlucky timing, because Tex was looking left as soon as Spike broke the trip. Allowed for King to swing out. It's just a little bit of a timing thing. Nothing coordinated out of that one. Just Lady Luck shining back over on the side of Leviatán. We're looking to dominate this series and just move forward here in the playoffs of the VCT Americas.
Crazy from Lev right now. The ability to continue to come up with new things, innovate, and keep their opponents guessing. Again, they've always said they feel like a lot of their strength comes when, or it's easier to play new teams, I should say, when these internationals, when they don't know how Lev plays. So at home, it's always got to be different. They got to think about their opponent somehow. They always have an answer in that book. So big credit to the coaching staff and the players. Oh, that's almost a death sentence. How does he peek that and still live? The flashes are so good here to keep it protected. So now they get that crossfire with the insert of Verno. They don't get out of this for free, right? Because the play is supposed to be MIBR's here with somebody pushed up.
It's got that kill blinded as well. The best weapon is the insert of Verno at the bottom.
Okay.
Feels like he has to make a play on his own, and he does so finally.
10-6 there on the scoreboard for a reason, because he has taken things into his own hands. Oh, and the spray. He saved. Huge play from Aspas to get the relay bolt in there and lock them down. 5 HP now for Sato, and they could not finalize that kill.
Aspas saved him by spraying a bandit of all weapons, too. Sato's down to 5 HP. So still being able to recycle their best weapon so far, there is still some hope. If Verno could get another pick here, gives him a Hunter's Fury that they could get value out of, but you can see it now. MIBR giving up the space for Leviatán to take, and I think that might be the final nail in the coffin here for Leviatán to take the round.
Little Aspas push. Sato is more than happy to grab an orb and go down in these situations. It's just being a part of it. And yeah, the kill there, and there where Verno's coming from. And they'll suspect where Tex is. But Lev continue to play these slow rounds out, giving full respect to what MIBR can have on the low buys, because we've seen him punish already. And it has just been round after round here. Like you said, Vans, a lot different than Abyss, as Lev are fully on line now with an 8-3 score line.
I love how Tex was just desperate running inside the A-link, trying to find that weapon that was left behind, but it got juggled away by Leviatán after they went for that plant. Look at this pick. Just beautiful from Spike. Just the amount of times that you're facing off against Phoenixes so far, or just playing Phoenix yourself, you kind of know the timings of when the Phoenixes are going to come outside of that flash. Leviatán, who are looking to move forward in this bracket to face off against 100 Thieves. Again, the team... Oh, wait, hold up, I thought.
Pushing forward. This is the second or third time MIBR's done this, and they have to come up with something if they're going to put the pressure on. But it's 1-1-1 in how the fights come to fruition for Leviatán, and they are winning their 1v1s right now. See Sato here just on the line. Vandal would have taken him out, but he gets Verno diffed with 10 HP there to limp up the stairs and see if they can't put any more damage down on Lev here.
Teleport's ready.
Trying to get a fast TP back towards the spawn. I think a drone paranoia will be kind of good here so that Verno could get a spray.
Very close. Oh my, he's drawing Verno up there in heaven.
One enemy remaining.
And now Neon's not even distracted.
He was supposed to.
He was supposed to be distracted. Catches the last few steps and is able to make the transition from the low-high kill there. Everybody firing here. The 9-3 first half for Leviatán.
Yeah, as mentioned, next matchup, should they win this one here, is to play against 100 Thieves. The ones have been inspired by the Phoenix play of Leviatán. And if that happens, that's going to be a very fun semis. But MIBR, they have to find something here. Again, they're also desperate to try to make it to Shanghai, and they need this win.
MIBR take the attack side when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good.
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular.
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
Sea que pude hacerlo, sobrepasar lo que puedan decir de mí, y que en mi callejón hay gente que son ejemplares para ti. En mi callejón hice mi vida.
Well, it's not a secret that a lot of teams have been copying LEV, their comps, and the playstyle. And owner, for you as a head coach of this team that everybody's trying to copy, what are you doing right now? What were you able to do in this time off to make sure that you continue to stay ahead?
I think that we set the meta on some maps, for example, Heaven, Split, Ascent, maybe, but it's not the whole pool, you know. There's other maps that some teams are playing other type of compositions, you know. But I think that there are some things that we didn't show yet on some maps. Hopefully, we are gonna play Abyss anytime soon, so people are gonna find it really fun.
I'm very excited to see it. Thank you so much.
All right, let's get the second half underway and lock in with the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN. And honestly, this would be a time for MIBR to kind of just copy what LEV is doing. A 9-3 scoreline would be perfect. Figure out how to get in their heads and play this.
I just want to go back to what Coach Owner just mentioned before getting into this game. He was just telling Dan Dryad that they've defined the meta of this double duelist on maps like Haven over here, that teams should be ready to play against this. But there are also comps that they haven't shown yet. And this is probably one of them. So as MIBR is so prepared to play against a Phoenix, now you have this Euro coming out. One of those big combination plays that we saw in the anti-eco that got so much value from blows with the Hunter's Fury. MIBR was not ready for that. And this time not ready for the fight down towards that long C line. Two of them are heavily wounded, being Tex and Zekin forced to fall back. Even Zekin wasting his hot hands to just re-heal for them to finish potentially towards this B site. A desperate pistol round needed for them. If not, they get knocked down to the lower brackets to play against Evil Geniuses.
And Neon takes down Verno to start it off, so no util to really see what's going to be in the site here. We're going to have to source this out and walk it in, and that's not going to work out for him. Every angle is covered still. Oh, he's going for the right click, and he does the quad burst for the quad kill. Neon is disgusting.
One bullet left off the Headhunter to land that right in the dome of Mazzino. And yeah, a 4-piece. 19-6 right now. The first map was defined by Sato on the Phoenix. This time it's Neon. It feels like it's a race between those two to see who's going to win the MVP of this year. Is it going to be Sato, who had the start from last year with Leviatán? Or is it going to be Neon, who won MVP of Masters London and potentially now at the forefront of the MVP of the VCT Americas this year?
Oh, God, they have a trick for everything. Lev knows it, though. I love the push on for Zeka to try and get that. Aspas is ready as they're able to close in on multiple sides. And Lev, that's the fast moment. That's when they realize we have to act quickly. And they just take control of a situation. Looks like it could get out of hand.
The series is getting out of hand.
Yes.
MIBR losing a pistol right now will have to be put into potentially a forced scenario for the rest of this map. They've chosen to play on this one. Coach Broad mentioning that it is one of their strongest map, which is why that they like to float it against their opponents. Unfortunately here, not finding any answer against Leviatán. And 2 rounds away, potentially here, of losing the opportunity of moving forward in the upper brackets. They'll have to go into a lower bracket run. Will they have to be unstoppable all the way to the grand finals if they want to make it here to Champs Shanghai?
It's a tall task, but it is the goal that MIBR set out for this year. We've seen teams find it right at the last moment here. Lev's not going to let it happen, though. We'll see how MIBR can take this game back. Let's listen in this round.
Yep.
One more shot, guys.
Let's go.
Let's go, eh? Whip up, eh?
Okay. Short.
Hey, 1 HP short.
Two short. Two short. Only Astra none. 1 HP Sova.
I'm in B.
One more neon.
That was a 30.
She's A-Link already.
There's 0 probably.
One enemy remaining.
3 killed. You have like 2 bolts.
Yeah, 2 bullets. Exactly.
He's at 50.
It's a neon, he's fast.
Shadows traveling. Hit 70 total.
Spike planted.
Nice try, bro. Hey, you back though?
Almost some clean shots coming out from Mazzino to save that round for MIBR. But you see how they were trying to contest back into the A choke. Yes, they got pressured in the first place. They thought that they pushed Leviatán back into the A site. So Mazzino calls group up towards A. 2 of them said hurt. They're already walking down. And suddenly, Blows, who's playing off angle right here. 1 tap, 2 tap, and 2 bodies gone, including a spike. No chance now for MIBR to really come back in this game. It's a 3-2 scoreline. Just domination out of Leviatán.
Timeout from MIBR. Always seems at a moment to really cool off Leviatán, not kind of fix a problem. But they do also need to do that. They got to figure out what is the way in. It hasn't been to get on the line, get the operator. A lot of those main avenues are not working here for the side of MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, even when Tex died to Spike over on the A-Link, he said no information. So it almost feels like it goes back into the MIBR ways of kickoff where you see that 4 players are trying to hit together on the attack side. Tex is trying to get his insert, his lurks. Even on the defensive side, everybody just dies all at once, maybe from lack of communication or how to work around that map. And then the woes here of kickoff lingering back. They who had such a good stage 2 for MIBR saw potentially a bounce back going into the play-ins to the playoffs. But now when you're tested by the most recent champs being Masters London and Leviatán, reality hits that there's still a lot of work to be done for the MIBR squad to make their lower bracket run.
Fast is the name of the game. Just kind of waiting for that Odin to dwindle in ammunition, and it only dwindles through the wall into all of the members of MIBR. They have not seen a single member of Leviatán yet this round, and this is their bye round. Now they're finally peeking out of the woodwork. King's able to take down Zekin, and he's still just spraying Tex. What is this round? It is a nightmare for MIBR right now.
Loves that spot with the judge.
Oh my God. Why does Spike have an Odin again? What is going on? There's King with 1, Spike with 1, Neon the op. They are reaching in to the pockets for the win. They feel like gold and they're looking for it once again. Leviatán take down MIBR in 2.
There goes my predictions, just dominated after witnessing what just happened in these 2 series. I thought it was going to be one of those, hey, it's been a couple of weeks since we played. We might come in cold here. MIBR coming in from the play-ins should have had a better look going into the series. But Leviatán, they never stopped. And they were looking mad good on their map of Abyss. A map that came back into their map rotation and also showing that playing double duelist, no matter what double duelist you want to utilize here for Leviatán in these playoffs, they'll continue to be unstoppable.
Can't stop, won't stop. We now get to see the Yoru comp. Cliff was like, yeah, you know, it might have something different there. Oh my God, did they? And they were able to elaborate on that composition even while playing it and make different things happen. They seem unstoppable. Definitely in a demon-like form here as they reach playoffs, and there is more to see from this team now that they put Abyss back in their pool. You mentioned not having to work with Breeze anymore. Watch out for the chess game they play before they get onto the server.
This will be such a fun matchup too as Leviatán moves forward into the semis against 100 Thieves to see who makes it to Sao Paulo, the road to Brazil. Because the last time these two teams faced off against each other between 100 Thieves and Leviatán, it was actually during kickoff, when Neon wasn't even eligible to play yet, where they had PXS and such different compositions, yet it was still a 2-1, a series that went all the way in favor of 100 Thieves. But now that both of these teams kind of define their own playstyles with the double duelists in the Phoenix, dude, I'm looking forward for the Sato versus Asuna to see who's our best VCT
And we heard
Americas.
Bang talking about, I want to right the wrongs of the internationals from Shanghai. You got to get back out there and show what we can actually do. So that match is going to be a heater between 100 Thieves and Leviatán. And man, 100 Thieves are going to have to show up because what we saw from Lev today was pretty incredible around the board. Some flick of the weeks, some scream of the weeks, and I can't, when you have the crowd on your side from that guy too, hyping everybody up, it's insane.
Imagine the crowd as well for Leviatán, though, if they're able to make it to Sao Paulo. 3 of those players right now that are going to have so many players behind them, the whole roster as well. It's going to be so fun if you have a chance to see Leviatán in the Sao Paulo, but you'll have to compete against 100 Thieves first.
Absolutely. All right, now we're going to send it down to Dryad at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Blows.
Thank you guys so much. Lev get yet another win and continue in this upper bracket run. Just one win again away from making it to that Sao Paulo final weekend. Blows, congratulations on this win. I want to ask about one of those clutches that we saw, that 1v3, that flick. Not only that, but every single play that we see from you guys is incredible. How are you doing it?
Mano, na verdade que hoje acho que teve muita play individual do nosso time, acho que tava todo mundo com um individual muito bom e eu acho que não tava tendo tanto impacto no individual, mas esse round foi bom round que eu pude demonstrar pro jogo.
I think everybody was doing great individually. For that one, for this map, I didn't do as much individually, but I think everybody did their job and it was great. It worked out for us.
That was an incredible play as well, and it made sure that there was not going to be any more runs, any more funny games for the other side. But even looking at that first map of Abyss, we didn't know what to expect. You guys bring up a composition that benefits you, that fits to your standards. But then when we go into the second one, it's a bit of a switch where Sato's playing that Yoru. How did you guys make these decisions to make sure that you're staying one step ahead and bringing these changes when it's necessary?
Eu acho que na verdade que essa troca para o Estado de Ouro na Heaven foi uma coisa que não estava dando certo outra composição, mas acho que é uma comp que já tá meio manjada no meta, que tá todo mundo meio que fazendo a mesma coisa. Então a gente pensou em dar uma inovada e colocar o Sato de Ouro, que ele é boneco que ele tem muito conforto também.
Yeah, we decided to do that with Yoru because I feel like the comp is kind of, everybody knows what's going on. So we needed to do something different. And Sato has some, familiarity with the agent, so it was a good idea for us.
And you also have a big upcoming matchup. It's against 100 Thieves, a team that is also kind of with a similar playstyle as yours. But if you win, you will be making it to Sao Paulo, playing in front of your home country. What would that win mean for you?
Esse jogo eu acho que pra gente vai ser muito legal, principalmente por ser contra a 100 Thieves, que é um time que a gente não jogou o ano inteiro, que a gente só jogou no kickoff, que a gente tava sem o Neon, então a gente tá muito ansioso pra jogar contra eles, que a gente não jogou praticamente o ano inteiro. E jogar pra classificar pra São Paulo vai ser um boost a mais pro nosso time.
Yeah, it's an exciting game. We haven't been playing them since kickoff, but Neon wasn't there, so I feel like this is gonna be the first time we played them this year, and it's a great. I'm expecting a lot of this game. We're very excited to win and go to São Paulo.
Absolutely. I think that is going to be one of the best matchups that we're going to have here in Playoffs. Please, and thank you so much, Ali. Thank you so much for the interview. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, but we're going to send it to match point with King and also the tallest guy that I know, Sato.
Yeah, we had to put him on a chair because it was just the camera angles were all, it was all imbalanced. But yeah, Sato and King joining us here for a chat after this dominant performance that we got to see from you, and that means you're moving on in the upper bracket and you're going to go up against our 100 Thieves. So first things first, of course, congratulations. Let's dig into the match. Let's talk about what we saw. Starting on Abyss. We didn't really expect you guys to pull out the Abyss, and then also our next question was like, can the double duelist work? How much time did you guys spend practicing Abyss, and what gave you the confidence to run this composition there?
I mean, honestly, first of all, thank you. We've had like not like the full 2 weeks, because obviously there's like some teams that weren't playing, so we cannot like practice them in that map. But we did find a couple tier 2 scrims. I think we have over plus 8 scrims. I don't know like what's the total. It's not like a big number, but it's like enough number for us to like kind of gather the data of how the composition is performed. We played against like different compositions. We also tried a different composition that I don't want to say, because like there's a world like, I don't know, like
bring it out.
Yeah, it might happen. So yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of success in the map. I think like a thing that happens that we never faced a Vice in the map. So
right.
it's also like
that was difficult to work around.
Yeah, that's like a new thing that gets into your equation. So I'm happy that we were able to pull through. Sato just frying everyone, just going crazy.
Sato, you were going crazy.
So yeah, I mean, it's kind of new map for everyone. So I'm happy that we were able to pull it out.
Yeah. It wasn't just like the individual shooting though as well. I think I could see you guys had very good ideas for how you wanted to retake on certain sides too, with your flood defending. You had the molly lineups coming out too. Yeah, you guys were cooking on it as well, and you just kept it going. But I've been mad impressed with you guys as well. I mean, we were just talking off camera about the kind of the momentum, I guess, momentum-based teams, and you guys will be playing tomorrow against 100 teams. And historically, you guys had to do that in London. You didn't get a break at all. Are you the type of team that thrives off of that, like back-to-back matches? Like you don't like having time off, right?
Yeah, I think definitely we're a team that. Sorry, wait, you want to answer? I'm just I realized I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. I'm sorry. I'll just shut the fuck up.
I was just watching the clips. I was just admiring myself. You know, I was just admiring myself. Damn, I'm
As you should.
You can keep talking though. I love what you're saying. You're speaking superb right now. Right?
Okay.
That's my captain. That's my captain.
So I mean. Damn. So I think we're a team that adapts like very well, and we had the off time in these 2 weeks. People might have thought like the same, like they're like momentum-based team, so they might get a little bit shaky. But yeah, I mean everyone's so young, except from me a little bit. But everyone just has so much energy. They always like listen to what they have to do. Whenever they have to adapt something, they're gonna practice it either in work time, or they're gonna take their time in after practice to like get everything on point. So yeah, I mean it just works whenever you have people that just want to win so bad.
Yeah.
So
and you feel like you haven't taken any time off from that. Like all of you still have that drive and desire to lift another trophy.
Yeah.
Even though you've already done it at such an early point.
A 2 is better than 1 though.
That's true, yeah. You're around
The math is simple. The math is simple. If we're looking at the bracket here and looking at the teams that made it this far, and of course are all so close to making it to Sao Paulo, who do you feel like are the clear front runners? Like who do you expect to meet in the final? Obviously you guys are going to make it. So who do you think is going to join us there?
Honestly, I have no idea, because these teams are like, each and every one of them are kind of growing as the tournament goes. So in group stage and play-ins, there were a lot of matches that you could not, predict. And I feel like there's a lot of dark horses here. I think Loud is looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Shout out to my boy Luke Show. That's my brother. And yeah, I look forward to playing against 100 Thieves. They were looking nice. Yeah. It's been a while since we faced them. Last time we faced them was on kickoff. And I'm just really excited to play against them because they run similar comps.
Yeah, it's just Clash of the Stars, right? Yeah. Do you feel like they do anything differently to you guys? Like,
I feel like they play similar comps, but the identity is not quite the same because they run a lot of Cypher instead of Chamber. And I feel like that's one of our signatures. I mean, Neon is...
He's crazy.
Yeah, that guy is... He's alright.
He's alright. Don't want to blow up the ego too much. He's alright.
No, but like
Keep him humble.
most of the teams had to basically copy you guys' style, or at least the composition, trying to make it work for their individual style. But it still feels like you guys are just a step ahead. That's obviously a big form of flattery when everyone just kind of follows your lead. But did that make you guys feel like you need to reinvent yourself coming into the playoffs? You need to like get something out of the bag as well to have more of a surprise factor, or is there no reason to change anything when it clearly works?
I think you definitely get to some point that at the beginning they start to like get a lot of inspiration from us, and we're like, it doesn't really matter because we have a whole thing theory on why we're doing this stuff and how to properly adapt whenever something happens. Like we have to respond to many of our plays, you know. So, but I think it definitely gets to a point that, for example, now you see the Euro in Haven. It gets to a point to it's like, okay, they've had enough time to like prep with similar comms. They know what many times what we do. So I think bringing out the Euro in that map just kind of throws you off, you know. So I think it definitely was a good choice to go for that agent, and I think now it got to that point, that you have to change it a little bit.
Right now, before I let you go, prediction time. Tomorrow, obviously you're going to win yours, so I don't need the prediction for that one. But Energy and Loud, you just said that Luxo is your boy, but can you go with him for this one against Energy? Oh God! That was existential.
It's a gun to your
Yes.
head.
Yes?
I got Loud.
You played Loud?
I got Loud.
They were
I got
looking
Loud.
True friendship right there.
Yes.
That's a friend. How about you, King?
I
No
mean,
affiliations.
I don't know. I think both teams are very good. Definitely contenders for playoffs overall. But yeah, I mean, I think Loud is looking very good. I just like the boys from Loud, so I'll go with Loud too.
That's valid.
You too. Sure.
Me too? With Bread?
Well,
I think I've already submitted. No, I haven't submitted it. No,
I don't think.
No, I wouldn't.
When did you
have
submit
I'm
like your
short
prediction?
circuit.
The same day?
I'm trying to think. Hold on.
Don't do that.
Wait,
don't
you're
do
putting
too
me under
much of that.
pressure.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a little bit of time, of course, and let you guys rest up as well. Once again, congratulations.
I'm going
We'll
Loud.
see you in action again tomorrow. Loud it
I'm going
is.
Loud.
I just follow along with it.
I'm just going
Why
Loud.
not?
Think is
Why
gonna
not?
win
Power
tomorrow.
friendship, overwhelming here on the desk. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you again tomorrow. And here is your Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
Nice.
Today, Furia fight to redeem an 0-5 stage and prove that this resurgence hasn't come too late. Because Loud once more into the B side. Wasting zero time is going to be Erde striking first. Artisan this again looks for a timing, tries to intuit an opportunity. He found two, but Erde does him one better. Here's Tigazine getting into the side early. Oh, buddy, this could be ugly. Oh, that's not good at all. And Furia never had a chance to plant the spike. Loud looked fast off the break and extremely confident.
Artson's trying to shut them down on this exec.
Tigazine was deafened.
This delay is ridiculous. Yeah, those guys are fried. The audacity continues, just a re-swing right after the flash.
Take contact around the corner and BAM! Two massive kills for Luke Show. That's going to knock the wind out your sails even on your best days. Lost the ace! Loud, they're looking fresh, they're looking fly, they're looking here to dazzle us in our playoffs.
MIBR came into this season wanting to build an international team. They are thinking to themselves, how do we get to that stage and how do we crash through that ceiling, that Leviatán in front of us right now? Mazzino and Zekin have created such chaos in here, but they can't find themselves just on the spike for enough time. Right under their nose, and MIBR has no idea it's coming. On top of the box, Spikes gets one more, slides in on Verno too. A clean affair here on Abyss as we get back onto the map. Forced into the play, and no kill comes from that, but it's going to be the swing now from Verno. Collects the three.
Slipper, though, allows, exactly the call out for Verno to get that pick.
In and out of the wall, trying to clear it. Verno smarter than that. Now the fight coming in. Neon trades one, but Verno's going to be there for the third. Neon takes down Verno to start it off, so we're going to have to source this out and walk it in, and that's not going to work out for him. Every angle is covered still. Oh, he's going for the right click, and he does the quad burst. Leviatán takes down MIBR in 2.